Світ у 20 столітті.
The world in
Жорстокий,
the 20th century,
мінливий,
cruel,
але
ever-changing,
спраглий до справедливості.
yet striving
No
for justice.
nation will be in a position to commit an act of physical aggression.
Права та свободи людини стають
Human
конституцією
rights and
демократичного
freedoms
світу.
become a constitution of
Я
the
мрію про
democratic
республіку
world.
незалежну, вільну і демократичну.
I am dreaming
Про
of
республіку
a free,
людей, яка служить
democratic,
людині.
independent
Права і
republic
свободи стають
that serves its
константою.
people.
Універсальним правом,
Rights and freedoms
вічним
become
в Загальній
constant,
декларації
a
з прав людини.
universal rule enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Let there be peace for all.
Права та свободи – це основа будь-якого
Rights and
рівня.
freedoms make the basis for every equation,
Війна ділить
but for
їх
the
на
one
нуль.
in which the war divides
Війна
it
в
by
Україні
zero,
змінила світ і
war in
змусила шукати
Ukraine
нові шляхи
changed
до
the world,
відновлення справедливості,
forcing it to find
нові
new
гарантії і
ways
нові формули.
towards
Last year, I
justice.
proposed a peace formula, 10 points that cover all aspects of Russia's aggression against Ukraine and are based on the principles of the UN Charter approved by the world.
Формула миру – це про безпеку
The
всього
peace formula
цивілізованого
is
світу.
about safety and
Ядерну,
security of the whole
продовольчу,
civilized
енергетичну,
world,
екологічну.
nuclear,
Формула миру – це
environmental,
про новий вимір міжнародного
food.
права,
It's a new
відновлення
dimension
справедливості
of the
та
international
територіальної
law.
цілісності,
It's about restoring
звільнення полонених,
territorial integrity,
недопущення
release
ескалації
of
та
prisoners,
повторення
prevention of
агресії,
escalation or
підтвердження
repetition of
закінчення
aggression,
війни.
confirmation of the end
Кожна
of the
складова
war.
цієї формули
Each
пов'язана
component
з
of the
іншою.
formula
Її реалізація
linked
неможлива,
with
якщо
others.
повага до прав людини
It may not
не
be
стане основою
implemented
для кожного рішення,
without the
кожного
respect
плану
for
повоєнної
human
відбудови,
dignity being in the base to us.
аби право перемогло безправ'я,
The
аби
law
свобода
should be able to
перемогла страх.
overcome the lawlessness, and the freedom has to overcome fear. On behalf of the event coordinators, a hearty welcome to every participant of this international conference. Freedom or fear? I'm actually emotional because
перетворилося з
for us,
абстрактного
every one of
слова
us
на
living
дуже
through this
конкретне
war,
слово.
the word of freedom has become a very specific, a very concrete one. The question arises, if we cannot defend our freedom, our rights, then what we can defend? This is what our conference will be about today. I'd like to invite to the opening floor First Deputy Chair of the Верховна Рада of Ukraine, Alexander Korniyenko. Верховна Rada is also standing to defend our freedom and our rights.
Шановні гості,
Dear guests, esteemed
товариство, шановні
participants, ladies and gentlemen,
поважності,
Your Excellencies,
пане омбудсмен України.
Baroness,
Для мене велика честь
Mr. Ombudsperson,
відкривати
it's a great honor for me to inaugurate this event, this conference,
святкуємо дуже
on the
важливу
day when we celebrate an important anniversary, the 65th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
розуміємо і
On these days, we understand, probably like
кожне слово
nobody else in Ukraine,
Загальної декларації прав людини
how every word, every provision in this Universal Declaration is undergoing a very serious test in Ukraine.
дійсно тим
These words have to stand the test of those processes, those
права людини. Це війна.
circumstances happening, which is about the war.
Гарна нагода сьогодні, зібравшись тут в такому
And this is a nice
високоповажному
opportunity
товаристві,
to have this
зробити певні висновки,
authoritative meeting,
певні оцінки, дослідити,
to make certain conclusions, to come up with assessment,
пройшли, куди ми
to
дісталися.
explore how far have we progressed for these 75 years,
Все-таки
and what is still preventing us from
щоденні
fully living within the spirit and the meaning
Загальну декларацію прав.
of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. How this could happen at all, that
Річниці
on 75th anniversary
ядерна держава,
since the
член Ради
start of the Universal Declaration,
безумовно, неспровоковано напала на
UN member nation
не члена безпеки.
launches an unprovoked
Як так сталося,
aggression
що 10
against
років
another
до
UN
цього
member? A nuclear country
на 60
jumps
річниць
over the
декларації
non-nuclear
прав
one.
Одна країна анексувала частину
How
суверенної
it may happen then on the day of 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration, we see one independent country occupying part of the territory of another one.
прийшли на допомогу їм. Вже просто не вистачає
The prosecutors
фіксувати
in Ukraine, international ones, I think they're running out of paper in an attempt to document all of the crimes committed by the Russian Federation here. Tens of thousands of people killed, deported children, 20,000 of them have been deported. Our citizens taken out of the country, destruction, hospitals, residential buildings, schools, hospitals, religious buildings destroyed,
квадратних кілометрів територій,
dozens of thousands of square kilometers of land that could have been used for agriculture to feed the world
Російською Федерацією,
have been turned instead into a barren land.
найбільше порушення прав людини, яке ми
We're
могли
witnessing
спостерігати за
some of the biggest human rights violations committed by Russia.
проводячи такі
And
заходи, як сьогодні,
it's very important, I think, when having an event like this,
позиції з трьох.
to talk on the
Перш
matters
за все, це
from three
маємо
angles.
говорити по формі,
First of
чесно
all,
і відверто. Маємо називати
we
речі своїми
need to be
іменами.
very open and
Військові
frank,
злочини, ось.
calling
Злочини
proper
проти
names
цивільних,
to what we see.
прояви
Military
геноциду,
crimes,
як
yes.
депортація дітей.
Crimes against
Ми маємо це все
civilians,
розкладати і дивитися
check.
на це дуже чесно,
Crimes against
і дуже
children,
прискіпливо, і
check.
дуже уважно.
This
Кожному
should be
злочину
given a very
має бути
thorough
дано
consideration. Every crime has to have very specific assessment. Restoring justice for Ukraine is not just about ending the war. It's not about some abstract things from peace formula from President Zelensky. It's about very specific steps, starting with kids that were deported, or maybe still staying in Ukraine but having their childhood robbed from them. Those kids who cannot have decent sleep at night, who cannot develop, who
нашими
cannot study in a
людьми
way they
поважного
should
віку з
be.
найвіддаленіших громад і поселень України,
It's
які
about elderly
на лінії
people
фронту, і які
in
дуже
remote
часто
communities
зараз, на
also
жаль,
close to the front
закінчують
line.
своє життя не
Many
через
of them,
обстріли, не
unfortunately,
через фізичну атаку,
see their lives
через те, що у
end
них просто збільшилась кількість
not because of shelling,
судинних захворювань,
but
інфарктів,
simply
інсультів.
because of this war bringing more diseases for them, cardiovascular ones, other, and these elderly people succumb to this pressure.
Справедливості хочуть їх родини.
Justice is
Справедливості
what
хочуть
our
десятки тисяч родин тих,
military
хто
servicemen
поклав своє
want.
життя.
On the front line for the families in the rear,
Ми продовжуємо працювати над
we
тим,
need
щоб
justice
тема
in the name of those
встановлення
fallen
спеціального,
in this war.
трибуналу за військові злочини Росії
And we
проти
will
України
pursue justice
продовжувала
through establishment of the special tribunal
механізми, як можна це зробити.
to investigate Russia's crimes against Ukraine. We will be taking into account different positions from a variety of colleagues from across the world countries, and we do hope that this discussion will have positive outcome for Ukraine. We do hope that we will establish this tribunal and have it up and running, because really this is a huge injustice when, in spite of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights,
А в результаті нашої української не було. Тому це один з тих задач,
cruelties have been and crimes happening. And yes, in one occasion there was a special tribunal to investigate war crimes in one circumstance, and we have to have it for Ukraine as well.
просто в ролі
we
пасивних
invite you,
співчуваючих нам людях,
esteemed speakers,
проявляти
participants,
учасників цих процесів,
to be really
відновлення справедливості,
proactive
відновлення безпеки в регіоні,
in restoring security, safety in
по всьому
regions,
світу, повсюдно,
in
всіх положень Загальної декларації,
in
прав людини,
restoring
яка має працювати.
proper implementation of all the provisions of the Universal
Вона має
Declaration. We do think
ще
that
ефективнішою і ще краще
on
працювати.
its 75th
Завершуючи,
anniversary,
я
it
хотів би
has to
висловити
be
слова
even
вдячності
stronger.
всім партнерам, які допомагають нам
At the end of my
проводити
speech, I'd like to thank all the partners for their assistance with handling events like that. I'd like to thank the mission of the
нашої групи.
Embassy of Japan,
Хотів би висловити слова
the country that
вдячності
is
саме
ending its presidence in G7.
українським
We'd
воїнам,
like
які
to
сьогодні
thank
на фронті роблять все
especially
для
to
того,
all
щоб
the
ми могли
Ukrainian servicemen doing everything they can on the front line so that we here in the rear could have this event to speak about human rights, about joining our efforts to see human rights
і дію Загальної
brought
декларації
back
прав людини
into
для
Ukraine,
кожного українця, а з тим і для
making
всіх
sure
людей в
that
світі.
the Universal
Адже ці
Declaration of
загрози,
Human
на
Rights
жаль,
works for
ми
everyone
бачимо тільки
in Ukraine and worldwide. Thank you for your attention with wishes of fruitful work today.
Дякую, пане Олександре.
I thank you, Alexander,
Запрошую
and I'm
до
pleased to
вступного
invite
слова Дмитра Лубінця.
here
Пане Лубінець.
Dmytro Lubinets, Верховна Rada's Ombudsperson for Human Rights,
Зараз добивається того, щоб права людини були не просто
the one
декларацією,
who
не просто
practically
набором
works on a daily basis to see that the Universal Declaration is a working principle for everyone.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги.
Good morning, dear
шановні
colleagues,
високоповажні посли, представники
Your
дипломатичних
Excellencies,
установ.
representatives of diplomatic
Дуже
institutions.
радий вітати вас на міжнародній конференції.
Welcome at this international conference, Freedom of Fear, that we are holding to commemorate 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Вона в мене в руках.
This is a copy of declaration's text. Would be nice to have festivities today.
Також в цьому році ми святкуємо 25-річчя з дня створення
It would be
Української
nice to
національної
remember
інституції
that
захисту прав людини.
we have 25th anniversary of the Ukrainian
В руках
Ombudsman's Office anniversary to this year.
документ,
But again, you know, I'm holding this copy in my hand,
що 10 грудня по всьому світу
and
будуть
I think that
проводитись урочисті заходи
on 10th
прийому
of December, maybe
дня, проголошення цього документу.
commemorative
На
events
всіх цих заходах
will be
будуть
held
приймати
across
участь
embassies,
представники Російської Федерації.
international organizations worldwide, and all these events will feature representatives of the Russian Federation there.
Маючи такі результати порушення цього
With
базового
all these
документу з боку
blatant
однієї країни,
violations
ми
of
можемо
this
для
framework
себе,
document
в
by
першу чергу зараз
the
звертаємося
country I
до
just
міжнародної
mentioned,
спільноти, поставити одне питання. Скільки ще
How
ми
comes-
будемо робити
I'd
вигляд,
like to ask the international community for how long we will have to
членами Організації
pretend
Об'єднаних Націй?
this declaration, this document is strictly observed by every UN member state.
В майбутньому
Any violation of human rights in the past, today, whether it is a problem of one country
світової спільноти, яка
or the whole
покликана
international
захищати
community
всіх прав.
that should have
На мій погляд, захищеність
make
прав
sure
людини
that
в конкретній
the
країні
declaration
це
is
закон
observed.
про дотримання прав людини в усьому світі.
You know,
Агресія не виникає просто так.
aggression never
Вона
comes, as we
розпочинається
say,
якраз з порушення
from an
прав
empty
людини в
place. It
конкретній
starts
країні.
with human rights violations in a
Це
specific
бачили,
country.
коли саме
We
на
witnessed
території
that
Російської Федерації почали
when
почались
the Russian Federation started mounting pressure, closing free media, killing human rights activists. I think it was the time when everyone should have reacted.
На це завжди повинна була бути швидка і чітка
There should be some very clear, very
повинна бути
prompt reaction
міжнародної спільноти.
from the international community.
Яскравий приклад того, що
It's
не було реакції, так би мовити,
really a vivid example of the lack of reaction.
призвело до збільшення агресії.
And in due time, it led to growing of aggression across the world.
Російської
In my view, Russian Federation's aggression in Ukraine
почалась
against Ukraine,
не в 2014
it had started
а набагато
not in 2014, but years earlier, in 1992,
незалежна країна
when one independent nation, Russia,
Молдову
assaulted another independent nation, Moldova, bringing to life the so-called Transnistrian Republic. Actually, it was a forceful takeover of the territory of it. I'm glad to see Czeslaw Pańko, ombudsperson for Moldova, here. Do you remember international reaction to it? Not a single one. And the Russian Federation understood they could go further. In 2008, Russia launched another aggression, now against Georgia, under the guise of protection of pseudo-republic. And I am glad to see Livani Osiliani, ombudsperson for Georgia, with us today.
На мій погляд, жодної.
What was the reaction of the international community there? I think there was no reaction. No, 2014, aggression of the Russian Federation, overtaking the Crimea and parts of the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast to create so-called republic there, never recognized by the world, and not a single reaction from the world.
Приклади. Подивіться на ці сценарії. Вони
The
як
examples,
написані під копірку.
the scenarios, they just
Що колись розроблений документ
copies of the same.
Російською Федерацією задля захоплення
I think the Russian Federation has some standard document it uses to grab more territories
російськомовного населення, звільнення територій
under the guise of protection of Russian speakers
внутрішньодержавні громадянські конфлікти.
and pretending that this is all because of some inner conflict simmering in a respective country.
Система захисту прав
Those aggressions against Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine
не спрацьовує.
show that the existing system of human rights and freedom of protection isn't operational, isn't working.
Або глибока
The worst of it is this silence.
далі, далі, далі. Спровоковує
This
це нові
tacit, deep concern
в світі. Невже
provokes Russia and makes it move further,
системності, очевидно,
emboldens it. I think the international community has to see these very obvious things.
чинити агресію?
Without proper leverage,
Переліку зараз вже
the countries, the aggressor countries will continue.
Північна Корея,
Russia, Belarus,
список.
Iran,
Але я точно
North
не
Korea.
хочу сьогодні нікого звинувачувати. Я тільки
I'm not
хочу
to
звертати увагу на ті тенденції, які
blame
відбуваються в
anyone,
світі.
but you can see the trends developing in the world. So when we are speaking about commemoration and this 75th anniversary, we also need to understand, does the things we are to celebrate, do they work or they don't? Maybe the document lacks some specific mechanisms to ensure human rights protection. We need to speak about that. We need to think about that. We need to decide about that.
У нас немає іншого вибору. Ми свій страх подолали.
We have no other option for Ukraine. In Ukraine,
10 років.
we've overcome our fear.
Українці за
We've been
те, щоб бути
fighting for that freedom for 10 years, and the Ukrainians have been paying with their life and limb for that.
честь і хвала. Так і цивільне населення, і
The
навіть
military, the civilians, even Ukrainian kids.
ми не тільки воюємо за себе, ми повинні теж про це казати. Ми
And we are fighting not just for ourselves, we are fighting for the whole of the world.
інституція, яка показує, що навіть в
The
умовах війни ми готові
Ombudsperson's office is an institution that shows that even at the time of war, we are able to continue fighting for the human rights. We are developing our our network of institutions, we have 9 directions, 9 priorities that we work along. I think that every country should be able to tell their citizens there is an institution to defend their rights and freedoms. We have to be able to see that there are real tools and instruments to protect these rights and freedoms. Being an ombudsperson, I am responsible for Clause 4 of the peace formula of President Zelensky, which is about bringing back POWs and abducted civilians and kids. Kids are the future of any country. For 10 years, Russia has been killing the future of our nation, deporting our children. We were able to bring back 8 Ukrainian children on St. Nicholas Day yesterday, and I'd like to particularly thank the country that helped us with that, Qatar.
And I would also like to extend words of gratitude to the UNICEF Foundation, who also supported us with returning those children. There are many initiatives now, but unfortunately we don't have many examples and tools that we may use to return all of the Ukrainian deported children. Surely you're aware of this number. 19,546 children. This is the officially recognized data. So if we'll return 1 child per day, we would need 55 years to return all of them. And that amidst the situation when Russian Federation continues to deport more and more groups of Ukrainian children from the territory of our state. At the initiative of the President of Ukraine, we have established a children's protection center and Bring Kids Back to Ukraine program. We are grateful for this initiative, but we still search for more tools on how to bring back our children. The next category is the civilian hostages, and I guess this is the new system for suppressing civilian population on temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. As of now, we're talking about 28,000 Ukrainian citizens detained or captured by Russia. We can't verify their condition. We can't get access to Russian prisons. We can't provide them with medicine. We can't, and the list of can't goes on, and we call upon the international community, help us protect our citizens, help us return those citizens. A special list out of this 28,000, that's 2,000 citizens of Ukraine at the age of 65 or more. There are cases when you're captured for pro-Ukrainian statements, and they're capturing like citizens at the age of 85 or older. And once again, we can't do anything about this. The next category of the citizens of Ukraine, these are the POWs, prisoners of war, thousands of Ukrainian citizens that are in accordance to the Geneva Convention are supposed to be protected. There is officially recognized norms of the IHL, the Geneva Convention, that are protecting the rights of the POWs. On the territory of Ukraine, we, as the democratic state, have created all the spectrum of human rights protection for the POWs. The representatives of the ICRC attend a camp for the POWs. They monitor the condition of their stay. Every Russian POW can make a phone call to his relatives once per week using a phone. So what's the situation with the Ukrainian POWs? I mean, we don't know where are they located. We don't know the figures. We don't have access to any sorts of verification. no letters are written, the system is not working. Based on the photos, when you see that we return our POWs, and based on the pictures or the photos that we're taking, you can see their condition. The largest loss of weight over the 5 months of Russian captivity, the person have lost 77 kilos of weight over 5 months. And when I asked, what did you have for food? And he said, well, just water. And when we call upon the international system for the protection of POWs, when we ask the ICRC, where are your tools to protect the Ukrainian POWs? Why are we raising this question so many times? And we're saying that neutrality is not cannot substitute the subjectivity, because this kind of mask of neutrality, it has to be replaced with calling things as they are. If the Russian Federation is violating the Geneva Convention, you have to say this. And special words of gratitude goes to the Special UN Monitoring Mission in Ukraine. The most recent reports clearly underline that it is Russia who violates the basic or the fundamental rights of citizens of Ukraine. We are grateful for that. But we want to see this from the representatives of the ICRC as well. For example, the most recent horrific war crime when Russian soldiers opened fire at Ukrainian soldiers, and they demonstrated that they are willing to become a POWs. Now, if the ICRC have seen this, where's the response? No response. And I would like to extend words of gratitude to the country that are supporting us. I believe that the international system is not able to kind of cope with this enormous amount of issues, but still there's a list of countries who support us. I'm not going to mention all of them, but those countries that understand that Ukraine today is at the forefront of the protection of the human rights, they support us. And hopefully we will get support in future, despite all the efforts of the Russian Federation. Now, as for the international organizations, the first organization that excluded the representatives of Russia was the International Institute of Ombudsman, of ombudspersons. The second organization was the European Network of Human Rights Institutions in Europe. The third organization was the Global Alliance of National Institutes that's in the world. So all the largest organizations of the ombudspersons in the world, they clearly understood that you cannot just close your eyes and not see the violations of the human rights by the Russian Federation if they're not willing to be with us and use the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. What do you need to do? Well, you have to exclude Russians. I would like to extend words of gratitude for the fact that we have the director of the Finnish Center for the Protection of Human Rights, the president of the Association of the Ombudspersons, and the ombudsperson from Greece, Andres Patakis, the ombudsman from the UK, the member of the International Institutes of Ombudspersons, Rob Behrens. And Rob, it's his already second visit to Ukraine, particularly when we are marking the International Day for the Protection of Human Rights. The ombudsperson Maria Fardelli from Italy, and the Mikolai, that's the child ombudsperson, the ombudsperson for the protection of child's rights from Poland. This procedure of cleansing and self-assessment, this is what we're doing. This year, for the first time in 25 years of our institution, we've passed this independent report on the assessment of the results of our work. I'd like to extend words of gratitude to the UN and to other representatives of the international organizations who visited Ukraine and talked to the representatives of our institutions. For the first time, the institution in Europe has passed this self-assessment report, and we are working under conditions of the war. It was my wish to show that Ukraine, in spite of all the challenges, lack of funding, the war with Russia, is ready to demonstrate that we are implementing reforms in all the areas of our life. The Ombudsperson office is working with many civil organizations. We have a lot of partners in this room. We are grateful for the support because the civil organizations that we cooperate, they are making us stronger. They make our country stronger. And I would like to extend words of gratitude to the public organizations that are combined their efforts, and they're protecting the rights of the missing people, of POWs, civilian detainees, children, people with disabilities, people with special needs, national minorities, religious freedoms. I would like to thank everyone, every person finding the time, its own time to spend on public positions, to spend on doing some public work and support the country in becoming stronger. Thank you. And in the end, I would like to once again draw your attention to the name of this conference. It's Freedom or Fear. And it was a specific name because you need to overcome your fear in order to be truly free and independent. You would need special efforts for that. You would need to fight for that. I would like to take this opportunity to call upon the representatives of different countries and IOs. We understand that it's difficult for you as well, that you would need to overcome your own fear. The fear of, well, not to be afraid of excluding the representatives of the aggressor state, the fear of passing the cleansing procedure, introducing amendments into your statutes, mandates, statutory documents, but this is something that you need to do. Otherwise, there will be more and more aggressions in the world. Otherwise, the whole world will be full of the wars if we are not at the doorstep of this Third World War already. I sincerely believe that we will be able to manage this all together, but the Ukrainians, they won't be able to do that only with the international partners that we have. We need to have a system working, a system for the protection of human rights in the world. This is what the people were voting for, were fighting for. They were fighting for this document that has to be active and not kind of a dead document. We are thanks to the Ombudsperson, and the Metro has stated a number of facts that the world is not ready to swiftly punish those violating the human rights. But the good news is that the world is ready to support those affected by the aggressions. And I'm happy to pass the floor to Dennis Brown, the resident coordinator of the UN in Ukraine, because the UN has deployed second largest humanitarian support mission in the world in Ukraine. So she has what to say in our conference, Freedom or Fear. Please.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity, Dimitro, to talk about what is an essential topic for all of us, human rights, the rights that make all of us equal. But I wanted to start on a personal note because it's relevant to the discussion and what we've been hearing this morning. So I hope you forgive this small lapse. My youngest son is studying international relations, and he follows the war in Ukraine very closely for obvious reasons. And he likes to ask me questions which at face value for me were simple questions. But when I thought about them honestly, realized that they have layers of complications. So the latest question was, when he was talking to me, why bother talking about international humanitarian law when so many states fail to respect it? And the international community is unable or unwilling to hold those who violate these laws accountable. Very much what Dmytro was just talking about. I don't know if you've spoken to my son, but those are the same questions he asked to me. And then the last question he has said to me was, "Mom, what are you doing, head of the UN in Ukraine?" My immediate reaction is, what are you talking about? Of course we have to uphold human rights. This is what brings us together. But that's not a proper response. That's not a thoughtful response. And that response for all of us, Ukrainians but others, requires, above all, an honest response, especially when a permanent member of the Security Council disregards those laws and the UN Charter, resulting in enormous loss of human life and suffering. So after some thought, a couple of days, and this is what I shared with my son and I'd like to share with you. 1, most states do comply with international humanitarian law, and we shouldn't allow the few who don't comply to throw world order into chaos and question the principles that bring all of us together. 2, that means we stay the course and support those states suffering because of that non-compliance for as long as the violations continue, and including support to the population. 3, human rights contribute to the type of society we want for our children's future, all of our children. And without these fundamental principles that establish basic human dignity, norms of justice, equity, and non-discrimination, societies will, and we're seeing it in different places around the world, are spiraling into chaos, brutality, and anarchy. We're witnessing this in some places of the world. There are mechanisms in place to monitor and ensure consequences for those violations. The International Criminal Court, the United Nations Human Rights Council, they have a unique mandate to contribute to accountability, and these bodies, this is important, must work independently and free from political influence. I would also say, and I hope we're going to discuss it over the next 2 days, a strong and independent media and civil society is indispensable for these discussions. But as I also said to my son, the country suffering due to the non-compliance by others needs more than our aspirational words of reassurance. We must be collectively determined to ensure that violations and perpetrators will not be overlooked, will not be pardoned, will not be forgotten, so that we maintain that global order and respect of human rights. Justice must follow. This is the light we're all looking to. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on 10 December 1948. It was the very first document to lay out fundamental human rights to be universally protected. It enshrines the rights of all human beings, and it makes us the same. It makes us equal. Protection of human rights could not be more relevant in the context of Ukraine, where the Russian Federation's war against Ukraine, violating the UN Charter, violating territorial integrity, affects the lives and well-beings of millions of civilians. 6 million people have left the country. 5 million people remain displaced within the country because of the war. Thousands have been killed, including women and children. As we heard earlier, homes, hospitals, schools, churches destroyed, and cultural heritage sites. These figures increase every single day. As long as the war continues, the damages, the losses, the killings continue. As a starting point, the Russian Federation has been listed by the Secretary General of the United Nations for killing and maiming Ukrainian children. The first time ever in the history of the UN that was done to a permanent member of the Security Council. An arrest warrant, as you know, was issued by the ICC for the arrest of Putin and his ombudsperson for the abduction of Ukrainian children. It is the beginning of justice. It is not the end of justice. We also do not have all of the facts regarding what happened in Olenivka in July 2022, because the Russian Federation would not allow the UN fact-finding mission to access the site. What we do know, thanks to the UN Office of Human Rights, they confirmed that the explosion was not caused by a HIMARS rocket operated by the Ukrainian armed forces. Unthinkable violations of international humanitarian and human rights law are being perpetrated by the Russian Federation, already classified by the Independent Commission as war crimes and crimes against humanity. Attribution is key, and we've seen this in the latest OHCHR report regarding the mass casualty incident in Khoza in Kharkiv on the 5th of October. We must also be objective as the United Nations. Ukraine's efforts in safeguarding human rights amidst conflict are exemplary, demonstrating a genuine commitment to human rights protection in the most challenging circumstances, despite the violations perpetrated by the Russian Federation, despite their territorial integrity being violated, and valiantly fighting in the face of the full-scale invasion. It is precisely during the darkest and most difficult days that the steadfast commitment to safeguarding human rights is the most crucial. Upholding human rights, even in the face of injustices perpetrated by others, establishes a standard where justice, equality, non-discrimination, and the protection of the most vulnerable become the norms. We should all take a moment to recognize the incredible commitment and courage to defend and respect human rights by all Ukrainians during these very dark days. This is what I saw last week when I was in Chasiv Yar. People forced to defend themselves, but not afraid, just very, very determined. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, пані Деніс.
Thank Dennis.
Загальна декларація прав людини.
The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, these are the wonderful words that have to have some contents. I like reading this Article 25, that every human is entitled to the living conditions that can healthy living conditions. So we need to offer, well, heat and some food and medicine, medical support. And it is my pleasure to introduce the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of Japan to Ukraine, because Japan is supporting with this practical level of dignity for those people in trouble. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Matsuda, it is my pleasure to introduce you to give the floor. And while the ambassador is coming to the stage, I'd like to remind you that Japan has supported Ukraine with energy support, with demining. Japan is also supporting us in the field of agriculture. So I believe the ambassador will tell us more about this as the representative of G7 countries.
First Deputy Speaker of the Rada, Mr. Koronenko, thank you very much for setting a very correct tone for today's meeting. And the Ombudsman, Lubinetz, thank you very much for updating us of the situations, the dire situation of the human rights violations, and also introducing us about, very courageous activities of all the human rights activists. And Dennis, thank you very much again. As always, you're a very strong inspirator for all of us. I got very strong power from your strong message. Thank you very much. Now, I often challenged by the same questions from my colleagues, diplomatic corps, or many of my Ukrainian friends. Why Japan is committed to support Ukraine? Why Japan working very hard together with partner countries to defend human rights? The answer is very simple, and my Prime Minister Kishida has set the tone for entire nation on the first day of invasion. What happened and what is happening in Ukraine could anytime happen to Japan. Although Japan and Ukraine, separated far away, but actually we are neighbors with one country in the middle. And that country, founding member of the United Nations, and one of the UN Security Council permanent member, now continue to commit human rights violations. And as ambassador of Japan, and as a father and grandfather and husband and a simple person, I simply cannot tolerate the things which is going on in front of us. Now, this year marks, as all you know, the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this conference is very timely dedicated to this anniversary. And we have very serious moment to remember the intent of our founding fathers of this declaration 75 years ago. Now, at first, Deputy Speaker eloquently explained about since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, unlawful deportation and transfer of the Ukrainian citizens, and particularly children, improper treatment of the prisoners of war, violence and abuse against citizens in the occupied area of the Ukraine, and intentional attacks against civilian life and the civilian infrastructures throughout the Ukraine, and many more forms of human rights violations against Ukraine continue to take place every day and night. And let me take this opportunity to, extend our admirations and respect to those Ukrainians and international organizations, workers, and volunteers to continue to work in difficult situations day and night to defend Ukraine and protect the life of the citizens. Now, Japan, on the 10th of the October, again re-elected to the member of the UN Human Rights Council. And Japan, together with the member council members, to continue to work for protection of the human rights. And we strongly believe that UN Human Rights Council, among other UN institutions, should stand up tall to continue to fight for the human rights. As well as we also continue to support activities of the ICC. Now, I'm proud as a citizen of Japan that one of the 3 presiding judges who issued the arrest warrant against President Putin is a Japanese lady. And believe me, very strong person. And many other partner countries, we continue to provide financial support for ICC's activities. And also, together with our friends, we continue to support the operation of the Ukraine's individual investigations of the war crimes. And First Deputy Prime Minister, I noted your reference to the necessity of creating a special tribunal. And as you know that Japan, together with a member of the core group countries, continue to discuss and look into the options by which we could realize internationalized mechanism for bringing for those who started aggression to the justice. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope that today's conference, together with tomorrow's conference, will give us another strength for continue to work together. And again, as an ambassador of Japan, and as ambassador of the G7 countries, and as ambassador of one of the most dedicated members of the United Nations, I can assure you that Japan always with Ukraine and Ukraine's people. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую, пане посол. І з
Thank
приємністю
you so much,
запрошую
Your Excellency. And I'd like to give the floor now to Baroness Helena Kennedy, one of the most renowned lawyers in the UK, and even more importantly for us, a member of the Bring Kids Back to Ukraine expert group that fights to bring those kids back into the country.
It is an incredible honor to be here today. And as you can hear, I've acquired on my travels a sore throat. So please bear with me. I was very honored when I was invited by the President's office to co-chair the task force to bring the kids back. And if ever there was a human rights issue, it is about the right of families to be together and of children to be in their own homeland. And so it's my privilege to be in that role in this particular piece of work for Ukraine. You'll see that I'm proudly wearing a lovely scarf, and everyone comments on it because it says "Justice for Ukraine" on it. And this is what we're talking about today, is the whole business of justice for Ukraine. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights has informed my legal practice. I'm a lawyer, and my legal practice over many, many decades has involved civil and political rights, human rights, and I've a real and deep feeling that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the thing that we have to keep hold of if we want to have a fair and just world. Children are half of those forcibly displaced around the world. minors are disproportionately affected by war. And we know that already the children of Ukraine have suffered greatly. I always think that if there ever was a historical moment that I would have liked to have been part of, it would have been to be there when Eleanor Roosevelt drew together lawyers and jurists from around the world to her apartment in Washington Square in New York. And she invited great lawyers, judges, scholars in the law to her home, and they were from everywhere. And they were from the East and from the West, and they were from what was then the Soviet Union. They were from Canada, from Latin America, from the Middle East. And there were people of very different religions and of very different ideological beliefs. And she posed one question, which was, can't we have world law to prevent terrible crimes of inhumanity? And the Nuremberg trials had just ended, and the horrors of what had happened in the Holocaust was informing the creation of a world order and the United Nations and a whole set of conventions and an upgrading of the Geneva Conventions on the Laws of War. And so she posed this question to these lawyers and judges and said, how can we have world law? And they pointed out to her that it wasn't likely to be very successful because what you needed to do and start with was a set of principles which would then inform the different legal systems that nations have, because law usually comes out of the history, the traditions, the customs, and the wellspring of what makes a people have the rules that combine them in their communities. And so the discussions then moved on to, well, what do people need in order to thrive as human beings? And the recognition was that we share a common humanity, and that we have to have as a starting point the very things that people need in order to be fully human. And so that's obvious, isn't it? That we want to live, we want the right to life, we want to be free, we want to be secure and not live in fear day to day, live in fear of our life being taken, or of arbitrary arrest and being thrown in prison, or being made a slave, forced to work for nothing or not the value of our work, to be treated in those kinds of inhumane ways. We never want to experience torture, and there isn't any of us who wouldn't know what that must be like to be tortured and what it does to someone, but also what it does to the people who torture and their humanity. And so the discussions, and there are records of them, and if you read them, they are incredibly illuminating about what we need to create good societies. And it's why, for me, the Universal Declaration is so important and has to be translated into the laws and practices of our own societies and our own lives. Eleanor Roosevelt has said in the speeches she made afterwards that it should also be part of the small things that we do in our daily lives, the way we treat each other, our workmates, the people we stand alongside, the people we marry, the people who are our lovers, our children, that our relationships should be based on that human respect and respect for the dignity of the other. And in amongst those questions was of what do we need to thrive, were, of course, the idea that we should be able to love, because people yearn to love and to be loved, and the right to family life, and the right to be able to create a family. But then it gets bigger than that, which is the right to belong to a nation, and not to have that sense of nationhood taken away from you either. And it's there in the Universal Declaration, at Article 15, that everyone has the right to a nationality. And what I'm seeing and in taking evidence in relation to the task force on the taking of children into Russia and the efforts to Russify them, to turn them into young Russians, is a way of denying someone their nationality, their sense of place in the world, their sense of who they are, the denying of identity. And so the seriousness of that cannot be forgotten. And I wanted to just run through a number of things that have been somewhat alarming to me. I mean, first of all, the sheer numbers, in that Ukraine has been working hard. Your government, your ombudsman, those of you who are engaged with the whole business of trying to hold society together at a time of war. And that the idea that there are 19,546 children on a list that's been created, and where there have been steps taken to verify where those children had come from, how they'd been displaced. The Russian official figures show that 700,000 Ukrainian children received by Russia, according to one report of the Russian Children's Rights Commissioner, have been taken, and they said, for their own well-being and for their own safety. But those children are, in many of them, in Russian re-education camps. The Yale Conflict Observatory has identified 43 facilities, but the exact number they indicate is very much higher. And the network of those facilities stretches from one end of Russia to the other. The furthest camp being in Magadan Oblast, Russia's far east near the Pacific Ocean, almost 3,900 miles from Ukraine's border with the Russian Federation. That camp is roughly 3 times closer to the United States than it is to the border of Ukraine. And yet Ukrainian children have been moved there. And it's become very clear that one of the primary purposes is the re-education of children. And you have to ask yourself the question as to why. And undoubtedly one of the whys, and one of the reasons, is to demoralize the Ukrainian people. And I pay tribute to the way in which the Ukrainian people have held firm in their determination to have their children back, but their determination not to be demoralized. But just think of the pain in the hearts of people who know, the grandparents, parents, relatives, who know that some of their children have gone. And some of them very small children, not taken from institutions, but children who were taken into hospitals after, for example, the bombing of Mariupol, and who then, on recovery, incapable of giving details, not carrying papers, parents possibly already dead, or certainly not there, and the children then being moved into Russia, and the great challenge of ever being able to identify them and recover them and to bring them home. Now, that whole challenge of the displacement of children is a human rights issue, and the world recognizes it. And I want to just say that it really does present a challenge, and one of the ways in which this is going to require hard work on everyone's behalf is to make sure that there are families who will provide fostering and homes to which those children can return, not to institutions, but to homes where they will be given the kind of nurturance and care that they will need after traumatic experiences and the business of being dislocated. And so I urge all of you to take that with you as you leave here today, that one of the great human rights things that we can do in our daily lives is to reach out and find ways of helping others, particularly the most vulnerable. There's plenty of law in this area, I have to tell you. International humanitarian law, protecting children in particularly in times of conflict, of course, international criminal law, and the Genocide Convention makes particular reference to the shame and horror of transferring children from their protected group to another. And there's international human rights law, and as you've heard from our UN delegate, it's so important that there are these laws. Unfortunately, the business of enforcing them and having accountability is the hard part. We don't want to, with children, wait for many years to get justice against Putin or his ombudswoman who is running this business of taking children into Russia. And so the challenge is how to get those children back, and in serious numbers, and before too long, because what we know is that delay for children is particularly damaging to their development. And so the importance of getting those children back before long is important. And so we're talking about the sort of thing that we've been seeing taking place in the Middle East, the creation of ceasefires, humanitarian corridors, but in advance, there has to have been all the arrangements made for children in numbers to be given homes to go to. So I wanted just to say that I run an Institute of Human Rights for the International Bar Association now, although I've been a practitioner in the law for many, many years. And one of the important things that I've committed my work to has largely been about the rights of women and women in conflict and children in conflict in recent years. Most of my work has in the international sphere has been about human rights abuses globally. And while I respect and admire my friend from the UN saying that there is there are more countries living up to these norms. Regrettably, at the moment, with the swing towards authoritarianism, there are too many countries that are failing to live up to their human rights responsibilities. And we have to be the voices that say human rights matter, and human rights matter particularly in a time of war. And I want to pay tribute to Ukraine for the way in which, for example, even as we speak, war crimes are taking place, and due process and representation being given to those who are being placed on trial, Ukrainian lawyers making themselves available to actually even represent Russians who are named in those cases. That is because of living up to the standards that you would not get in Russia. And so the message I wanted to leave you with today was that we mustn't ever allow ourselves to become like those who seek to destroy us. And Ukraine is not letting that happen. And by living up to the standards of human rights within your own nation, you're showing that that's what the good society does, as distinct from ones where human rights don't matter at all. Thank you very much indeed.
Дуже дякую, пані Кеннеді.
Thank you.
І це не всі
Thank you,
які у нас
Baroness Kennedy. And this is not all of our speakers. We'll have a number of video statements, particularly from the UNHCR on human rights. And I would like to say that over the period of the full-scale aggression, the office have registered over 1,000 facts when the Russians were taking hostages, torturing, registered over 100 cases of killings without any courts. And they're also registering the crimes committed by the Russians on temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. So it is my honor to offer the floor to the person who is coordinating this whole process, to Turk Worker, the UNHCR on human rights. So please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for the invitation to participate in this important event. When the United Nations Charter was adopted in 1945, its commitments were clear prevention of conflict, peaceful resolutions between countries, respect for the sovereignty of each nation, and for the fundamental principles of justice, equality, and cooperation. In the context of the Russian Federation's armed attack on Ukraine, launched nearly 2 years ago, these commitments and principles have been flouted. And the people of Ukraine have experienced daily pain, suffering, displacement, and destruction, as I could see when I visited your country about a year ago. More than 10,000 civilians have been killed in less than 2 years. And this is a very conservative estimate. More than 6 million people have fled. Homes, schools, medical facilities, along with energy infrastructure, have been destroyed in violation of international law. Humanitarian needs are growing, particularly as temperatures begin to drop this winter, leaving the most vulnerable, such as older people, people with disabilities, and displaced people, at enormous risk. To say the least, these are extremely painful times for human rights. Indeed, around the world, we are witnessing levels of violent conflict not seen since 1945. Today, 1/4 of humanity lives in areas affected by conflict. That amounts to 2 billion people. Add to this deepening geopolitical tensions and a determined pushback on human rights at the global level. It is easy to lose hope, but I'm firmly convinced that history can offer us a way forward. 75 years ago, shaken by 2 world wars, by genocide, by the nuclear threat, and by the Great Depression, states committed to protect and advance the rights of every human being. They came up with a blueprint to do so, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The purpose of today's event is not to celebrate, but to reflect, to ask why and how this document helped shape a future of hope and how it paved the way from fear and want to freedom, and how we can use it as a way forward to address today's challenges. In the face of the scale, complexity, and pace of these challenges, notably here in Ukraine, we know that maintaining the status quo is no longer tenable. It is more critical than ever that we return to the promises of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to recall the universality of rights, and to advance towards a vision of rights as solutions. Even amidst the utter human tragedy that is war, it is important to remain committed to this vision. Leadership that lives up to these ideals, where human rights underpin policy, economy, and governance, is leadership that brings dignity, freedom, and justice. My office continues its human rights monitoring in Ukraine, where we aim to establish the facts and document violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. For too long, the people of Ukraine have been living a nightmare of bloodshed and loss. Yet I have been impressed by Ukrainians that I have met over the years who have not lost hope in building a future shaped by the values of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of each member of the human family. To achieve this, there must be enduring peace, in line with the United Nations Charter and international law. Thank you.
Today, we've already heard a lot about the importance of the swift response to the violations of human rights by the international organizations. And I guess one of the first organizations to respond very clearly, there was the Council of Europe, and they responded very fast. They excluded Russia. And it is my honor to introduce Dunia Mijatovic, the Council of Europe Commissioner on Human Rights. Ваші високоповажності, пані та панове, пане Верховний комісар з прав людини, пане омбудсмен, я дякую за можливість звернутися до вас у цей момент, коли ми визначаємо 75-ту річницю універсальної конвенції про права людини. І ми, звичайно, пам'ятаємо бачення президента Рузвельта на свободу і на свободу від страху, посеред війни, посеред агресії, що відбувалася в Європі та в світі, Рузвельт окреслив майбутній світ, там, де жодна країна не буде вчиняти фізичну агресію проти сусідніх країн чи будь-яких інших країн через кілька років.
And later also in the European Convention on Human Rights. As we reflect today upon the Universal Declaration's profound impact, this vision takes on special significance in the context of Russia's war against Ukraine. Alluding to the world wars, the Universal Declaration says that disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind. And it is equally true that years of Russia's increasingly evident disregard for human rights have culminated in the illegal aggression of fellow member state of the Council of Europe. This barbarous act has led to Russia's exclusion from the Council of Europe. Today, we stand firmly together in solidarity with Ukrainians as they defend their human rights and freedoms against Russia's aggression. Aggression that is the very antithesis of the future that the Universal Declaration seeks to achieve. Ukraine and its citizens have felt the heavy weight of the struggle for their freedom from fear. As I have observed in my memorandum on the human rights consequences of the war in Ukraine published last year after my visit to Kiev, Russia's aggression has resulted in serious and massive violation of human rights and international humanitarian law. These violations have had disastrous effects on virtually all human rights of the Ukrainian people. Delivering justice for the victims of the war in Ukraine will be a long process. Doing so will require determination and impartiality so that the interests of all victims can be served and so that respect for human rights and international humanitarian law is strengthened. It will also require international support. I am proud to note that the Council of Europe has been at the forefront of supporting Ukraine on protecting human rights, ensuring accountability, and built as a testament to the indomitable spirit of freedom. Let us use today's occasion to renew our commitment to the principles set forth in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Its vision is as relevant today as it was when it was adopted 75 years ago. Freedom from fear remains a powerful vision for the future of Ukraine and the world. We may not be there yet, but I am confident it is only a matter of time that we will. Thank you.
Дякуємо, пані
We
Міятович.
thank to
Пан Лубінець уже
Namjatovich. Mr. Lubinets has already recognized the ombudsperson of other countries, the ombudsperson of the Republic of Croatia. She made a video statement, but I would like to underline that it is due to her efforts that in October Ukraine has joined the European network. So I'd like to pass the floor to Tana Shimonovich.
Dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to greet you all on the occasion of the International Human Rights Conference, which you have organized on the occasion of Human Rights Day and the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Unfortunately, I was not able to be with you in person in Kiev, as I'm in Strasbourg taking part in the work of ECRI as well as CAI, the committee currently drafting the future Council of Europe Convention on Artificial Intelligence. Speaking about artificial intelligence and algorithms, and looking at the title of this panel, I have to say that we live in uncertain times, where algorithms are already influencing so much, and no one knows what the future brings. But one thing is clear: the key in regulating AI will be ensuring being based on the rule of law and ensuring protection from infringements of internationally recognized human rights law. And it is not easy to protect the rule of law and to ensure the observance of human rights in any country and at any time. and it is becoming increasingly difficult as times are changing, including the development of new technologies. But it is all so much more difficult in times of war. I would like to emphasize today, once again, the role of human rights and the rule of law in times of conflict, and the firm interconnection between democracy, rule of law, and human rights in such times. And, very importantly to me, to accent just how important the role of independent institutions of NHRIs and ombuds is in these times. Heading an independent institution in a country that went through a relatively recent experience of war, I can also tell you that this role is very important during the war, but also after the war, rebuilding the country, seeking justice through law, rebuilding society after the war, something Croatia as a country, unfortunately, has had experience with. Therefore, it is incredibly important for Ukraine to have a strong and independent national human rights institution, ombudsman, and equality body. When I was in Kiev earlier this year, visiting my colleague Dmitry Lubinets and his entire team in his office, as the head of the delegation of Equinet, the European Network of Equality Bodies, I had the opportunity to witness firsthand the great dedication and tireless effort him and his staff put in their work at the national level. On one hand, it is crucial to hold on very strongly to rule of law, even in the most difficult times, and regarding the most difficult topics, in times of war. Likewise, there are so many other topics that you must work on at the same time, be it violence against women, Roma equality, or rights of national minorities. I know they also work very hard at the European level. I often get to see Dmitry Lubinets and his staff at various conferences across Europe related to the institution's mandates, never missing an opportunity to spread the word about the situation in Ukraine and to speak about their work and commitment to human rights, equality, and the rule of law. In that effort, as also former chair of Equinet, I would like to once again extend my congratulations to my colleague, Ombudsman Lubinets, and his staff on his institution's recent successful entry into the membership of Equinet, the network now gathering almost 50 institutions all around Europe dedicated to equality and non-discrimination. Entering this European family is an important step for this institution, and I hope it will support your efforts to further equality in Ukraine. Finally, after reiterating my message of support for the Ombudsman institution and the important role they have to play and are playing, let me conclude by saying that I hope this conference reaffirms the importance of the need to focus on the protection of the rule of law and human rights, as well as the continued support to the Ukrainian colleagues in protecting human rights and the rule of law. For Ukraine, which is free, democratic, protects rule of law, protects human rights in its values, laws and practices, and that is a part of the European family. Thank you, and have a great conference.
Дякую, пані Тені Шимонович.
I thank to Tena Shimonovich, since we've already placed the chairs for our first panel, which calls from appeasal to peace and how the human rights help to overcome the dictature. And we shouldn't take any more of our time. So on behalf of the organizers, I would like to ask you, everyone has these badges. On the back, there is the QR codes. There's 2 QR codes at the back. If you take a look at the upper QR code through your cell phones, so please follow them and participate in a survey. There's a very important survey for the organizers, so please do that. Well, from time to time, I'll keep reminding you, because I know that it's interesting to listen to this panel. I'll be moderating that. We don't have a lot of time, but we'll surely cover the most important. But I would really like to see the result of the survey in the end of the conference. So that's one aspect. And the second aspect will start of the introductory video.
Світ ніколи не був
The
чорно-білим.
world was never being black and
Не
white,
завжди розумів різницю
and
між
we
добром та злом.
not always understood the difference between good and evil.
А коли розумів, було
And
вже
when
занадто
it saw the
пізно.
difference, it was too late.
Жахи концтаборів,
The horrors of concentration camps, deportations, genocide, abduction of children, raising children in a distorted and perverted reality.
все це було.
All of the
Все це
things
знову
took
стало
place,
можливим.
all of the things became possible again.
Україна повертає
Ukraine
своїх
brings its people
із-за
back
стінків,
from
з таборів,
prisons, from camps,
з полону,
from captivity.
батьків до дітей,
Parents come back to their children.
дітей до батьків.
Children come back to parents.
Ми боремось за
We
кожного
fight
свого
for
громадянина
each of our citizens
і за кожен
and
метр
for
території.
every meter of our territory.
Повернення людей і територій
Bringing back
це
people and
записано у
territories
формулі миру. Це
is written
обов'язкова
down in
умова
the peace
миру
formula.
і
This
його
is a
невід'ємна
necessary
константа.
precondition for peace, and it's
Аби
inseparable
право
part
перемогло
for
безправ'я.
law to prevail over
Аби
justice,
свобода
for freedom to
перемогла страх.
conquer fear.
Я думаю, ні в кого немає сумнівів.
I think no one has any misunderstanding about who is going to prevail and how this fight between the freedom and fear will end. But let me welcome participants of this panel with the gender imbalance that I do like. Please welcome Andreas Patakis. Julia Sokolovska, Deputy Head of the Presidential Office, Sirpa Raitio, Chair of ENHRI, and Evgenia Kravchuk, an MP and Chair of the PASI Committee for Culture, Science, Education and Media. We will be talking about human rights and how they help overcoming dictatorships. Frankly speaking, I have no doubts that none of you questions the importance of human rights. But let us venture outside this hall and ask people on the street in Kiev for their ideas of how to overcome a dictatorship. And I think most of the time you will hear that it's not about human rights, but rather military force. For the Ukrainians, the armed forces of Ukraine, our army, is an embodiment of the proper fight for human rights. From here, my first question to all the panelists. I'd like your quick answers on that. Do human rights, can they realistically pretend to occupy proper place for international community if not supported by force? So please, Andreas.
Well, first of all, let me say that I'm delighted to be here, honored to be included in this panel of esteemed experts and personalities to be addressing the specific subject matter. Can it be enforced without force? Can human rights be enforced without force? Let me start by reflecting a bit on the points that were made earlier in the previous session. And to pick up on something that was mentioned, that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the reason why we have gathered here, is the basic document, a set of values and principles that makes us all equal. I would like to rephrase it slightly, and I think that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the set of principles and values that lifts us from the status of being yet another species of mammals to being actually humans. But it is true that the Universal Declaration is difficult to be enforceable. It informs all our legal systems, but it is difficult to be enforceable. Yet, the interesting thing is that a plethora of legislation has sprung out of the Universal Declaration of Fundamental Rights, of Human Rights, And this set of legislation is enforceable, leads to legally binding commitments and obligations for countries, for states, and can lead to judicial review and sanctioning. So there is a path for enforcing human rights. There is a path to judicially enforce human rights. And if I may, I would, as I represent also the Ombudsman community in this panel, I think that the role of Ombudsman institutions, of human rights defenders, is central. It is pivotal in ensuring that human rights may be used as the instrument through which peace can be achieved. We have a mission, a duty, we have the mandate to document violations of human rights in our respective national jurisdictions. We have a set of networks through which we cooperate and exchange this information. We are the independent and impartial institutions that we are directly addressing and informing the international community of the set of breaches of human rights violations by dictatorial regimes. We hope that we will be more useful in the future, but we are here because we actually not only perform our work behind our desks, but we are in the field. We monitor and we document and we record all the violations, and because of the fact that we have this independent and impartial nature in our institutions, we are heard by international organizations and we achieve the isolation of those dictatorial, authoritarian regimes.
Дякую. Пані Юлія.
Thank you, Julia. Thanks for this opportunity to participate in this event. I'd like to thank all the coordinators for this high level of representation, international. Speaking of your specific question, being a person in charge also of external policies on matters related to restoration of human capitals and on some basic services that should be made available to every human, whether it is about food, education, shelter, and so on. So coming back to your question, I can tell you that, yes, the good has to be strong, but it also has to be intellectual. Being intellectual allows you finding innovative, non-standard solutions, which in the current situation mean a lot, as much as the armed forces of Ukraine mean for us. Okay, quite a philosophical one. Thank you. Ms. Sirpa, please.
Thank you. I would also like to say I'm really honored to be here in this impressive setting. And I was pleased that Baroness Kennedy also had issues with voice, because I'm also still recovering from a bad cold. So apologies for having a very coarse voice. To respond to the question, first of all, I think Commissioner Lubinetz already in some ways responded to what should have been done to prevent, if we talk about Russia, the situation getting worse and worse, more and more violations of human rights. So I would like to stress the preventive function. We need to work on human rights when situation is good. In many of our member states, it's still reasonably good, but it was also mentioned that things are not getting better. We see more and more decline of rule of law, human rights, democracy. So we need to stand up when things are well. It's not easy to work on human rights, even in normal situations, because you have to question authorities, you have to criticize them, and you have to challenge them. So I like the title of the conference, Freedom of Fear. You need to be brave to work on human rights, and of course in difficult situations such as here in Ukraine, you have to be extremely brave. And I would like to pay tribute to Commissioner Lubinetz, his team, and others, NGOs, parliament members who are raising human rights here. But it's not easy anywhere. At the domestic level, at the European level, we do have enforcement mechanisms. Of course, constitutional rights can be enforced by courts, and in Europe we have the Human Rights Court. So in some ways we do have maybe more tools for enforcement of human rights than in some other regions. They do not work perfectly, but for sure they are better than not having them. So I would say that the role of the national human rights institutions, and I'm here representing ENRI, which is the European network, it's also to make sure that the information gets to those mechanisms, that we monitor the enforcement of the judgments, which we do more and more, and that we also give citizens, people, information about their rights. If people don't know about their rights, nothing will be enforced. So it's both empowering and then making sure that there's accountability. And I think we do have tools. It's not perfect, but we can make it work. It's also up to us.
Дякую, пані Євгенія.
Thank you.
Our friends from different countries coming here and the diplomats will feel not just your presence but your involvement in this course we are in. But I'm about to switch to Ukrainian, so you can put up your headsets. Я спробую відповісти на це запитання.
Let me try taking the question with a counter question to the room. Just imagine how a world might look like in 10, maybe 20 years into scenarios when Ukraine wins or alternatively when Russia wins. This will make an answer to your question. If we allow Russia to win, all the dictatorial regimes will do their damnedest to completely rebuild the world map. And I do understand that from the words of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan, about certain concerns that his country has, and definitely speaking of Transnistria, we remember this example, and so actually the answer is we need to not just to help Ukraine prevail, but we also need to help Ukraine restore its territorial integrity. Whenever I listen to human rights defenders on a variety of international platforms, also those who had a chance to visit the recently deoccupied territories, we always hear, give us more weapons, give us more aerial defense to be able to expel the enemy from our territory, because only then will it be possible to properly defend human rights on those territories. Only when the Ukrainian army appears there, people sitting in the basement will have a chance to see the sun. Okay, thank you. But then it brings us to a funny situation, I would say. I don't think we have a representative of a human rights organization kind of defending human rights in a dictatorial country, from Russia, from Belarus. We don't have the ombudspersons there. We don't have anyone from the North Korea. I strongly suspect people there might not have a clue about the very existence of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So the question is it not a bubble that we have here, the bubble of like-mindeds who discuss matters without need to be convinced? So, from the safety of it, we have no mechanisms, with little chance to help the protesters in Iran trying to fight for their rights. And we cannot help or assist activists in Belarus trying to fight for their rights. Don't you think the situation looks a bit critical? Do you have in mind any ideas, any future steps to be made to change the situation? You were right, Sir, but that internally, say, we have some mechanisms and tools, court systems, justice mechanisms, ombudsperson institutions, and so on. But can we have an international view of the situation?
Thank you. Perhaps more difficult question now. Of course, there are some things we can still do, and you mentioned Belarus. I know that some of the member states that are here are providing support to the civil society, to the political leaders who are in exile outside Belarus. Sadly, that work has to happen outside. because you don't have access. But I know, for example, that Poland is very generously supporting, giving visas, supporting human rights defenders, and many other countries, especially in the neighborhood. And same, of course, applies. Refugee protection is another way. If you provide temporary protection, you give people, meaningful life, even when they are, refugees. When they come back, they will have more power to do things. So I think protecting human rights defenders in different ways is one of the ways to help also those countries where you don't really have access to the country. And this is something that I think we should be all doing more. And I think many of the EU member states are not doing enough, including my own country. Sadly, Finland has not provided mechanism for human rights defenders. We are donors, or the government is giving money, but not giving them access. As you may know, our border is now completely closed with Russia. Another thing is, of course, consistent foreign policy. I mean, the governments should also, and I think it was also mentioned earlier, should be consistent and condemn and be again brave and not to care so much about the consequences, about the business. So there are things that you can do by protecting defenders, civil society, and then of course there are sanction regimes also for human rights violations. So there's government responsibility and there's responsibility what we can all do to support defenders. But it is more difficult, obviously, for those countries which have already totally closed.
Дякую, пане Андреас.
Thank you, Andreas.
Well, let me try to address your question by first reflecting on something that Dimitro mentioned earlier, and I think was also raised by my Finnish colleague. He was right. Dimitro was right when he mentioned that there was not sufficient or timely international reaction to what happened in Transnistria and also to what happened in Crimea roughly 10 years ago. And I think that we all carry a collective sense of guilt for not having been open about it, vocal enough, for not having at least reacted when that happened, forcefully reacted. But I don't want to be so pessimistic. I think there are things that can be achieved, and I think there are ways that we can empower civil society and empower human rights defenders, even in the most authoritarian regimes. I think that what we are trying to do, what we are trying to achieve, and Dimitro also mentioned it in our International Ombudsman Institute, we isolated, we expelled those among our members that, and we delegitimized them in that way, those who pretended to be human rights defenders and perhaps abused or misused the title of ombudsman so as to give the wrong impression of the state of play and the state of affairs in their country and also internationally. I submit to you that I think that by isolating authoritarian or dictatorial regimes, we weaken them. And therefore, this is an indirect way of also not only recognizing the value of civil society and human rights defenders, but also of giving them more voice in the international arena. And this is something that we have to pursue forcefully. We have been doing that in our ombudsman community. We have been identifying those among us who are simply propagandists, who are not defending human rights, who are in fact a pretext for abuses, for coercive action, for authoritarian regimes, for covering up breaches of fundamental rights perpetrated by their own governments. So there is a way for all of us, human rights defenders, to isolate those among us, first of all, who do not merit the title of human rights defender, and also to work with the international community towards isolating those dictatorial regimes. By isolating them, we weaken them.
Дуже дякую, пане Андреасе. Це дуже практично.
Thank you, Andreas, indeed, because for your very practical advice. Because, when we have the level of the international law, we risk coming into a conflict by trying to, tell something to other countries. Countries and nations they enjoy a certain level of autonomy, and they are kind of, free to do whatever it pleases them, even if we don't like that. But the idea of isolating the culprits is very nice, and it's very efficient. It can be clear from the situation with Russia, it being progressively isolated from the rest of the civilized world. Yeah, let me just add to this statement also from Andreas by giving a practical example, being chair of a committee, it being probably one of the greatest international organizations and the only one that instrumentally expelled Russia in March 2022. I can tell you that it provided an impetus for further development of this organization. This year we had a summit in Reykjavik together with the EU and G7 member states. The registry for damages was instituted there, and hopefully it will become a first step towards reparations and restoration of justice. And really, we felt that that was the second lease of life, second breath for the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And by the way, recently we voted a resolution with a clear statement that Russia is a dictatorial regime and Putin is a dictator, and he cannot go for another election next March because of lacking authority for that. The constitution of his country prevents him effectively from doing that and being a member of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. I can tell you that they did not exclude Russia, and because of that, the organization goes through an existential crisis. Russia blocking the budget, the Estonian presidency, and they even had to plead with Lavrov, asking him to come out, to prolong Malta's mandate, and to let them breathe. So that's a clear example of how it works or doesn't work.
Well, because Russia is the virus that you need to tackle, but we have a system. I mean, Russia is not alone. There's an axis that you can call it based on the Second World War experience. You can call it like an axis of evil. There's Iran, there's Syria, there's North Korea, and these countries kind of are playing all together as a team. So the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it was the result of the two horrible world wars. So finally, the countries have recognized this horrible thing, so they gathered together and said that we want to do something for this not to happen anymore. But Russia is one of the countries that get a victory in Second World War. They do not support this idea. So their motto is like, we can repeat the Second World War, and they've collected the like-minded countries alike themselves. So this belief in the human rights, it's not shared by all. Would you agree with that, Yulia? Well, yes, I wanted to complement Evgenia's point and then to kind of complement more. When working on the internal legislation, and I came to think that we try this war crimes and the war, we try to pack them into our kind of standard procedures in general legal framework. And there's this legislation, there's legal relations, a lot of them that arise during the war. So I work a lot on Bring Kids Back in terms of combining the efforts of different national agencies and creating the tools. So what Evgenia has mentioned, that there's an international register of damages. That's the international kind of mechanism that was that did not exist before. Now we are creating new mechanisms, like new legislation on the register and the list of the affected people in Ukraine and the possibilities for reimbursements, which affected people would get them, and how we will kind of make Russia pay for that. So I know that there's an international mechanisms created after the previous wars, but the way we transform our inner processes, the world would have to do the same. I mean, we have to help the world to kind of transform the tools that we got used to to apply over so many years. So going back to this philosophic statement that you've mentioned, that we have to be more creative, more innovative, in order to offer the world with our vision, with the new constructs and mechanisms that we are trying to elaborate. And we are elaborating a lot of them, but we need to have a stronger voice, and a voice in support from the partners, from public organizations, in order to promote these narratives, promote this very specific toolkits that we are developing inside. Thank you. I know that Julia has to leave us. Well, I can say for 10 more minutes. Good. Then I would like to join Madame Sirna to this conversation. So we cherish this idea of the supremacy of the human rights. We breathe with it. It's like an air. When you have it, you don't really see that. But when you don't have it, you start, grasping for the air. But there is another form of life, I don't know, which uses the nitrogen for breathing, like the dictatorship. They don't need our air. What do we do with this?
Did you ask me?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I was partially already trying to address that. But first of all, on the fact that human rights are the air, it's true that before you lose some of them, you may not realize or appreciate. And I think that applies across the human rights. Often we don't think about economic social rights as human rights. We take for granted access to education, healthcare, at least in my country, in many European countries. It's been mentioned today here, facilities have been destroyed, so you lose access to those. So it's true we can take it for granted, and we shouldn't. We should be, working for human rights. But what to do with dictators who don't, pay attention? I think that was already partially discussed. My colleague from Greek mentioned isolation. We should support those who are still trying to work for human rights, because there are different degrees of dictatorships or illiberal democracies, and we have those also in Europe, and we've seen also how things have changed, and in many cases it's been human rights actors, civil society, youth movements, women's movements that have been able to overturn in democratic ways by elections. I don't want to mention countries now here, although there are positive examples, but it is possible even when things are very difficult, and it's hard to believe that you could still turn it. So again, the support to democratic forces inside or outside the country, support to youth. I think youth, at least my impression is that majority of young people still aspire for human rights and would like to support that. So this would be the means, and then there's the governmental side. What should the UN, what should the governments do? But we should also, it's not so black and white. I mean, we have different decrees, and in most cases, there are still things you can do. And then perhaps you have the North Korea, where it's probably very difficult to do anything inside. Russia is becoming that way, or maybe already is there. But where we can, we should act and be brave. It was mentioned before that there are too many compromises, other factors, economy, trade. There should be principles that we would isolate in many ways those who don't comply with the rules. So this would be my, nothing very new, but would remind about this level of decrease, and that there are, in most cases, still possibilities to act. And Ukraine is a good point. It for sure is a very difficult environment, but still good work is going on. I mean, I was fortunate to be here last year when Commissioner Lubinetz had only been appointed and still had these visions and plans, but not that much had been done. And now I'm back here and I see that most of the things you planned, you have done, plus you have conquered the world, you know. The networks that you work with are now so many. So this proves to me that also with brave people working inside difficult situations, networking, seeking the support, you can achieve things.
Дякую, пані Сірпо.
I thank you, Madam Sirpa. And you were right to mention that it's not a black and white situation. And coming to my last question, I would really like every panelist to give an answer to that. Because we, in Ukraine, we have a situation when there is a radical confrontation of the human rights and dictatorship. Because war is the radical way of solving or tackling a challenge. We kind of recognize that during the war, part of the human rights is limited. So we kind of understandably go for certain limitation of human rights, because we have some forced limitations on transportation, we have some limitations in terms of censorship, we have some kind of limitations in terms of the decrease of the level of the education, because people have the right to education, to life and dignity. So we are kind of limiting those rights, well, forcibly but consciously, but still, there's always a risk. When you're fighting the dragon, you're risking to become a dragon. So I wanted to ask you, where's this border, where's this limit, and what are the red lines and precautionaries when, as you're fighting against the dictatorship, the democracy is becoming a dictatorship while limiting itself, because on the way to overcome this dictatorship. This is a very topical issue, because according to my feeling, we have not crossed these lines, but we don't know how long this war will take place. So we wanted to be, ready. We want to understand how this will be perceived from inside and outside. So it's great that we have two representatives of international ombudsmen. We have two representatives of the Ukrainian authorities here. So I'd like to hear your position on what would mean for you any factors that would point to the fact that the democracy in its fight against dictatorship is turning into the dictatorship. I will start with Julia, not with Andreas, because I know that this 10 minutes that Julia can stay with us is about to come to an end, so she will take the first floor. So the first thoughts that I have, well, in my kind of work, in my picture of the world, I believe that the civil society is helping us, the authority, and keeping the authorities at balance in terms of the limitations that we have in Ukraine. It requires us to be better, to do more, in spite of the circumstances, in spite of the war, in spite of the horrors it brings. In my areas of responsibility, which are very humane, it's all about the house, it's all about the education, it's about the loss of operation recoverability, about the human capital on the overall. So I think that it's kind of, for me, it's easier to remain humane, because every day you're tackling different human situations and trying to help. So while working on every mechanism, on every legal construct, on every statement, it's important to keep in mind that every actions we take are important. And you need to think as if you are the person you're developing your policy for, or you're developing some protection for the rights. Okay, thank you. So that's your inner feelings. Can you stay with us for 5 minutes, or you need to run away? 5 minutes. Okay. Now, Mr. Andreas, please.
Well, thank you very much for the question, because it gives me the opportunity to express once again my appreciation for the phenomenal work that my colleague Dimitro Lubinets and his team has been doing in both ensuring that Ukraine will not have to deal with this fear of becoming the dragon itself, but also of informing us, outsiders, outside Ukraine, of the state of affairs within the country, the performance of the state institutions, and the extent to which they respect fundamental rights for Ukrainians and for all people who reside in Ukraine. But I want to say just one thing more. Obviously, assessing whether a country that is in a state of emergency, as Ukraine is, and this means that obviously certain measures can be adopted that might compromise to a certain extent the exercise of certain human rights or fundamental rights. Assessing this is a very difficult task. It's a very complex task. It requires a lot of analysis and a lot of information, a lot of data and a lot of documentation. And this is why, again, I have to repeat it, it is of vital importance to have a robust, strong, effective, independent and impartial ombudsman institution. This is what we are doing. This is what we are offering, both to our societies. We are offering them the opportunity to realize to what extent their rights are being upheld, their rights are being respected, but also to the international community. And if I may close by saying this, and to also reflect on the title of our gathering, of our meeting in Kiev, we are all in the international community grateful to the sense of fearlessness that Ukrainians have demonstrated in the course of the last few years. We are here to express our solidarity and our deep respect for the struggles of the Ukrainian people in promoting and protecting fundamental rights, not just for Ukrainians, but for all of us. And of course, we are grateful to our colleague, to Dmytro Lubinets, for doing an excellent job, I repeat, not only in making sure that the rights of the people in Ukraine are protected and respected, but also that the rest of us, his peers, his colleagues in the international arena are kept well informed as to the state of affairs in Ukraine and all the violations of fundamental rights that Ukrainian citizens are suffering because of the war and because of the Russian aggression.
Дуже дякую. Пані Сірпа.
Thank you so much. Sirpa, please.
Thank you. My task is easier because I could more or less repeat what my colleague was saying, but I'll try another angle. I think the dragons are also born, of course, out of fear, but also from not being prepared and not understanding how you can, in advance prepare yourself. And one of the reasons that I have been so privileged to work with Commissioner Lubinets, but also experience in other countries, is when we're still in a good situation, but we see erosion of rule of law, human rights standards, and we see security threats in our neighborhood, what should we do in advance so that once we have the threat, we don't overreact, but have the appropriate human rights, compliant response. And I have been working a lot on preparedness in Finland. And in one occasion, I invited Commissioner Lubinets to speak to the Finnish Parliament, to those who are preparing our Parliament and our human rights structures for resilience. And we had a brilliant presentation and really waking up people, which was precisely my purpose. How does the life and work of human rights institution change when you have a conflict? That was really much needed because despite all the practice we have, thinking, strategic foresight, you need somebody to shake you up to say, it really can happen very quickly that things deteriorate, and then you need to be prepared. So again, thank you for that, service that you did to us. It really, and it's being repeated now in the planning processes when we make sure that if we have a deeper crisis than COVID or Russia attacking Ukraine, if something happens to us, and there are things happening all the time already, that we are prepared. So this is another example of how useful it is to exchange experiences. We need to support you, but you are also telling us how better be prepared in case something bad happens, and do it in a way which respects human rights, rule of law, and democratic principles, not to become, dragon or as bad as those who are attacking us.
Дякую. І пані Євгенія?
Мені здається, що якщо ми навіть говоримо тут, на цій панелі, про це питання,
if we are talking on the matter even at this panel, it's an indicator that we still have a high chance of not becoming a dragon ourselves, because we can reflect. We can prepare ourselves. We don't understand that it would not be correct, and we need to step aside, to antagonize with the country that is attempting to conquer us. So the only possible answer is that everyone has to do his or her job to its most. Mr. Lubinetz, being the Chief Commissioner for Human Rights, has to do his job with the clear understanding that he will get more and more addresses, and he will have to work with each such application. Like a recent letter I had to deliver to him from a mother of a serviceman. We as Parliament members have to do our job together with and in the scope of the Human Rights Committee. As an MP, I was in charge of one of the 7 recommendations related to the law on media, and we had to deal with, this dichotomy between propaganda and the right to free speech, how to find proper balance with that. So definitely we have to remain a normal nation, a normal country with a vision of the future. But also, all democracies have these backslide effects, because every time and everywhere we will see some forces willing to put everything off balance, and we may be breathing oxygen, and there will be those aliens dwelling on nitrogen and willing to conquer us and destroy our oxygen with the nitrogen through propaganda, through spin doctoring, through extremist movements in our and other countries, and working on the topic of media. I can tell you how surprised I have been to see that, based on Globsec data, there are more people in Slovak Republic, in Bulgaria, who are sure that Ukraine and the collective West have more guilt in the war than Russia does, which says that Russia does try to instrumentally affect opinions in those countries. So, these people risk switching from oxygen to nitrogen. And surely we'll have to guard our standards and criteria. Thank you, Evgenia. Being a moderator, a journalist myself, I always like to have discussions, panel discussions like that, and with some clear-cut specific things. And we heard quite some clear things about how to isolate dictatorships internationally, how important it is to build our own institutions internally inside our countries, and we can really put it as institutional development in terms of democracy and rules. And with thanks to our panelists, I cannot help myself but smell the lunch coming in. So please do not forget the voting that I suggested to you using the upper QR code. You can use Wi-Fi connectivity available here. And we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Kyiv time. Lots of interesting discussions to follow. Bon appetit. Enjoy your meal.
Хочемо синхронізуватися з нашою онлайн-трансляцією.
Okay, now we would like to
Тож ми продовжуємо
continue
нашу конференцію
with our international conference, Freedom of Fear, Fear of Freedom. And now we've finally got our speaker, Anton Drobovich, the director of the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory. He's a serviceman of the armed forces of Ukraine, so there was a risk that the command will not let him participate. Well, Anton, thank you. Surely you've made your own efforts, so we're expecting this very interesting statement in the form of the TED Talks. So let me give him the floor finally. Okay. So, Freedom of Fear. I will tell you two stories that took place at the eve of the Second World War. There was a war in Europe, just like it was. Leaders who were very afraid, so to say, and how it all ended up. How the two wars in Europe turned into a world war, and what the politicians have to do in order to prevent the war. I'm not going to tell you what should we do. What should we do? You'll make the consequences on your own. So let's go back to 1938. That's just before the Second World War. Europe has a large country, powerful, Germany, Nazi Germany. So Hitler is at power in Nazi Germany. He's a charismatic, and he meets with British, with Germans, with United States, and well, Hitler is participating in all the events. It's hard to imagine now, but Hitler was participating at all the conferences, like Man of the Year, first like that. He was debatable, like people were saying that he's a strong leader, that you should take example of. Look at this strong economy. You would need to, listen to him. There were just some minor politicians who had something against. For example, Winston Churchill, but I'll have later about that. So Hitler commits an Anschluss in Austria. That's the temporary occupation of Austria. And let Austria join the German Empire. And, we keep talking about the imperialism, particularly Russian imperialism, but let me remind you that Nazi Germany was an empire. That's just, just in case. So it was an anti-imperialistic war. So, Hitler gets the territory of Austria for the Germany, and since he was fascinated with the victory, he puts an ultimatum to the other countries, particularly to UK and France, and he says, look, I have the very last territorial claim, and I promise we will not, take anything else. So everything is going to be, business as usual. Just the very last claim, that Czech and Slovak Republic. So Germans live there. The German-speaking population live there. We need to protect them, and the government of the Czech and Slovak Republic is not taking care of those. So I will go and I will, put everything in order. And Hitler told, the rest of the leaders, and we were saying, oh, it's so kind of awkward because we have agreements with Czech and Slovak Republic, some friendly relationship. By the way, the same was with the Soviet Union. So, finally, the German party in the Czech and Slovak Republic, in the west of the Czech and Slovak Republic, they insist on the proclamation of the independence. They start pressing on the government. So Hitler, having some allies inside of the Czech and Slovak Republic, is kind of setting an ultimatum. Either the European countries agree to the split of the Czech and Slovak Republic, or the war starts. So, Edouard Daladier, the Prime Minister of France, and others saying, okay, we agree. They go to Munich, and in the spring of 1938, they conclude the so-called Munich Agreement, or Munich Treason, as it's sometimes called. So what happens? The independent sovereign country, member of the League of Nations, is split into different parts. So, as you can see, this part is... no, just a second. So, the country is split into parts. The Czech and the Czech government agrees that part of the country would go to Germany, and part of the other country, well, small parts of the countries would go to Poland and Hungary. So, I mean, it wasn't mentioned in the very beginning, but the Polish and Hungarian governments wanted to have those territories, and they were also the signatories to the Munich Agreement. So the Czech remains, and Hitler says, I guarantee no more territorial claims. We got part of what we had in the Czech Republic, and I promise this is the very last territorial claims. Everyone agrees. Now, France and UK gives the guarantees of security to the Czech Republic. Well, it would be good, but already in the March of 1939, Hitler invites the leader of the Czech Republic, and he says, look, there's one option. You either voluntarily join the protectorate, or I will destroy you, because I have the armed forces, well, nobody is going to, defend you, or as it was in case of Munich. And if you don't agree, well, my artillery is just 30 kilometers away from Prague. Well, no problem. In this case, all the bloodshed will be on your consciousness. And that's it. The Czech and Slovak Republic is no more. And it becomes separated, divided. No guarantees that were given were actually, taken into account. Well, there were some deep concerns raised by some of the countries, but still, also the Austria, also the Czech and Slovak empire. And very soon, he wanted some more. There was a wonderful company in Munich, Mussolini, Hitler, and there was no Czech and Slovak Republic on the Munich. So there was an agreement about Czech and Slovak Republic without the Czech and Slovak Republic. You can, you have some similarities. So that's an example how, on the one hand, Europe betrayed the Europe. So the world has betrayed the world. Everyone, kept at peace. Business and usual won. There's a policy of appeasement that won. And Czech and Slovak Republic stopped existing. Austria stopped existing. Now it all turned into a great Third Reich. Well, surely you remember what was the future of that and how. Well, everyone was sort of afraid. Only the Churchill were saying, are you crazy? If we allow this to happen today, tomorrow we want to stop him. And he was right. And when he appeared to be right, then the wise people of UK said, okay, since you're right, we'll make you the prime minister, but you'll be the you'll lead the nation during the Second World War. But if the others would listen to him, then everything would be different. The population of Czech was 14 million. The population of Germany was 79 million. Czech was one of the most powerful economies in the world, in Europe, surely. Germany had more, armed forces, but Czech could still, fight. But if their allies would help Czech and Slovak Republic, I mean, UK had 41 million, and on the total, the empire had the France had 111 million. They would crush Germans if they would send the army to the Czech and Slovak Republic, Germans would not attack. But, well, it happened differently. So there's one more question to the Czech and Slovak government. They agreed to lay down their weapons, and they accepted the opinions of these other leaders who guaranteed the security to them. And then, when in March Hitler came up with this ultimatum, you either stop existing or I will attack you, the government once again did not mobilize the people to war, and so the country stopped existing. Well, the country disappeared. So that's the first example, 1938, 1939. The second example is just happened on the eve of the Second World War. So let's go back to 1939. Finland, a small country with the population of 3.7 million. Once again, remind you, 3.7 million people. Only that. Then there's the Soviet Union close by, and the Soviet Union says either you lay down your weapons and you give us the territories that we want, or we'll attack you. Finland says no, we're not going to give any territories. The Soviet Union suggested we could, change some territories. Finland refused. Then the Soviet Union recognized the separatist Finnish Republic, Finnish Communist Republic, and Soviet Union proclaimed that there is the government of this separatist Finnish Republic. There were just a number of, communists who fled to the Soviet Union and proclaimed a war against Finland and attacked Finland. Just to compare, the population of the Soviet Union in 1939 was 170 million. The population of Finland was 3.7 million. That was an existential war, just as we have now. So the population, the Finland have over 300,000 army. So, with a population of 3.7 million, having 300,000 as an armed forces, well, the Soviet Union prepared for this war, surely. Stalin was ready for this war, even though some would say that, we were under attack so much unexpectedly. But Stalin had 400,000 to 700,000 army. So Finland had 32 tanks. The Soviet had 2,500. Finland had 114 aircraft. The Soviet Union had 3,700. So the Soviet Union attacked, and the war continued for 3.5 months. The Finland were very straightforward. They were not allowing, to capture not a single village or settlement, and they could be, the Finnish soldiers were holding their grounds. They weren't listening to any advisors of the, of those other people or other nations from the League of Nations. They've seen what happened to Austria, what happened to the Czech and Slovak Republic, so they stood their grounds. And after 3.5 months, Finland lost part of their territories, but the Soviet Union entered into a peace agreement with them, because Soviet Union lost in this war over 100,000 people. Over 100,000 people, according to some estimates, but I would say, 300,000 to 380,000. It's just that the Western history gives more a clear numbers. So the Finland lost around 70,000. And they've lost 10% of their territories, and I've marked them. And the Allies forced them to agree to that, because for some reason Soviet Union was amidst the victorians. But that was kind of a separate story. And Finland lost 10% of their territory only because they were not listening to anyone. They were fighting till the end. And those who supported Finland, well, we should say that Finns had their own relations with Germany, but that was an existential war. And according to Ribbentrop-Molotov fact, well, Hitler would say, hey, you've lost. But in fact, Finns were the one who gained victory. Yes, they've lost the territory. Yes, they've lost some of the population, but Finland continues to continue to exist. And they showed the example. How do you need to act, and how would you need to treat the politicians? That business as usual is not an argument. Then, well, these are two historic examples before the Second World War. Well, the lack of leadership that Winston Churchill was saying, was criticizing, and Winston Churchill was not yet a prime minister of UK, and he criticized the French for that. He criticized the United States for that, and that kind of strategy of appeasement didn't work out. The Soviet Union, they kind of moved away the border from the St. Petersburg, and in fact they've lost to Finland, and still the Finns were fighting back. Well, formally they lost this war, but in fact they won this war for this independence. But then the whole world has seen that the political agreements and many negotiations, they do not work, and the rough force wins. And if one aggressor would say that he can do that, then the other aggressors would say that they would be able to do that as well. So these two examples from the past century, they show that if the elite is kind of not performing from the standpoint of strengths, then the war starts. The global war starts. The global war does not start when you help the victim, when you provided them weapons, but when you've remained silent, and when someone would say, like it was in Munich, that we give you guarantees that nobody is trying to get anything else. Well, this concludes my statement. Thank you. I thank you, Anton. That was a wonderful statement by the director of the National Institute of Memory. It's just that when we are listening to that, when we are kind of running the parallels between the beginning of the Second World War and the present time, you have to remember that we can run those parallels with many other wars. And unfortunately, we have a situation that after the war, everyone, opens the eyes and saying like, well, the history told us that we would learn from the history, but then we kind of make the same mistakes once again. Now, in order not to make those mistakes once again, maybe we'd need to have more practical classes, but not only the theoretical researchers. Now, we'll have we'll have the next panel, which is freedom from fear, the algorithm of ensuring the effective security guarantees on the basis of the supremacy of the law. Now, we'll have some people who clearly are experts in that, and the panel will be moderated by Tatiana Pechonchik, the board member of the ZMINA, Center for Human Rights. She's with us already, and she's already about to join us. But before we start our panel, I suggest we watch a video that we've prepared before the beginning of this conversation.
Коли гармати перестають говорити,
when the gun stops
і битви з воєнних фронтів переміщуються на фронти дипломатичні,
and the fights go from the front line towards diplomatic fields, we repeat never again. The principle that the world democracies try to enshrine in international agreements at numerous
створюючи
peace
трибунали для
conferences,
воєнних
by
злочинів.
establishing tribunals to punish war
Формула
criminals.
миру – це наше, українське ніколи
The formula
знову.
of peace
Рецепт для
is
всього
our never again
цивілізованого світу.
from Ukraine, a
Адже
recipe
аби
for the
агресія не
whole
повторилася,
civilized
безпека
world
має бути
to
гарантована
prevent aggression
міжнародним
from
правом.
repeating itself
Це мають бути
in line with
чіткі,
international law.
позитивні та обов'язкові зобов'язання та гарантії.
There should be clear,
Агресор
positive,
має
binding
бути покараний.
international commitments and guarantees. Aggressors should be brought to responsibility. And most favorable conditions for post-war recovery and rebuilding of Ukraine will have to be created. Then no potential aggressor with whatever big army be able to enforce his will to another nation. As Roosevelt once said 73 years ago,
of Europe or Asia doubt our unanimity now.
Як про це записано в українській формулі миру.
as it is written down in the Ukrainian peace formula.
Слава Україні!
Дорогі колеги, ми
Dear
продовжуємо
colleagues,
і під час цієї
we
панелі
continue.
будемо говорити про те,
Our
як
panel
забезпечити
will be
ефективні
talking
гарантії
about
безпеки
ways of
на основі
ensuring
верховенства
efficient
права.
security
Я
guarantees
маю честь представити
on the basis of the rule of law. And please welcome Emine Japarova, First Deputy Minister of External Affairs of Ukraine, Rob Berenst, Parliamentary Commissioner from the UK, Michael O'Flaherty, Head of the EU Core Rights Agency, and we will start with Emine, with whom we've got quite a lot of contacts. She hails from the Crimea. She's a Crimean Tatar. She fought for the rights and freedoms of the Crimean Tatars. And since 2014, we have been cooperating with my organizations, MENA, and throughout the time we would ask our international partners about potential mechanism to secure and safeguard the rights and freedoms of Crimean Tatars in the Crimea, and the only answer was that without the occupying, nothing may effectively be happened. So Emine is now First Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine with a very important role related to consolidating international support and assistance of Ukraine. And oftentimes we see that international institutions and mechanisms destined to defend human rights and freedoms are inoperative or do not operate to required standards. So what is your vision of the situation? What are your steps or your ideas how to improve the system and how Ukraine can become a vehicle in this process? Thank you, Tatiana. Dear panelists, dear participants, it's a pleasure for me to speak right after Anton Drobovich, whom I deeply respect, who covered the topic that I try to cover every time I visit international platforms when explaining why we think that we as the humanity face a very real threat of the Third World War. And by the way, it is already going on, particularly in the information realm. So I would suggest my following vision. A couple of days ago, we had a meeting with ambassadors of Ukraine, of Foreign Corps Diplomatique, and we met at Borispol International Airport to discuss the last 10th point of the Ukrainian peace formula. The idea was to produce some visions, ideas, how to see that the peace is really available to the world, because, you know, the war in Ukraine became a litmus test for the international law and security, for the capacity of international institutions meant to defend core tenets of the democratic war operate properly. So the examples provided by Anton, whether it is the Russia-Finnish war or Sudet area, or take more recent wars, the one that was started in Ukraine and went to the full-scale invasion in some years. Yeah, we are amidst the sea of great concern, splashing the whole world, but the system is underperforming. You cannot waltz with the aggressor, you know. There used to be a rather sacred, foundation of territorial integrity. Used to be, to the extent that it was really enshrined. And when, in reality, a country invades the sovereign territory of another one, and the world is keeping silence. By the way, you could recall from Putin's recent visit to the Middle East how they, he came there to great acclaim as a Tsar. It definitely says, in general, that these things are now suddenly possible and something has changed in the world. And by speaking about an invading country, we speak of a country which is a permanent UNSC member. The whole idea of the United Nations was to prevent aggressors from doing what they want to do the most. Meanwhile, Russia uses its veto right to keep doing it. We have these 5 permanent Security Council members meant to defend the international security system, and what we have in reality, we have a member country, one of the 5, attacking us, in spite of those Budapest memorandum that I will go back to. So, and definitely this is the crisis that started surely not on 22nd of February, not in February of 2022, but 2014. Unlike many others, we had no illusion there won't be war. There wouldn't be war. The Ukrainian society is still traumatized by this Budapest memorandum. If we go back to the 90s, when the whole country was in a challenging situation and compelled to get rid of the nuclear arsenal it had, the whole world was going at fast pace towards democratizing itself, and it was like a sign of goodwill for Ukraine to unilaterally declare our readiness to make this goodwill step. And there were countries worldwide that tried to institute the guarantees for us to support our adhesion, but the agreement failed. When Putin invaded the Crimea, and I was an eyewitness of it because at the time I was living on the peninsula, and I can tell you lots of my personal stories of that. At some point I was a journalist with Radio Freedom, and I do remember this referendum day in the Crimea. We had the Krim TV and radio broadcasting company, like Suspilna we have today. We had a small room at a place where the invaders were just to announce the results of a fake referendum. And I do remember a young guy with a T-shirt proudly saying Russia, who started shooting the events from a tripod. There was an international guy who came out to him to say that, could you please step aside a bit because you effectively block my angle. And he said, this is my land now. I will do whatever I can and want. And all those myths that Hitler had used to hypnotize Europe, they later on were repeated by Putin in the Crimea, then in Donetsk and Luhansk. Their philosophy is very simple. Either you accept our instructions or it doesn't work. Then the February of last year came, when the whole of the mankind already could not pretend it could not be noticed.
Третій пункт – це безкарність. Це
Now,
дивись 14-й рік, дивись Росія.
lawlessness
Після всього того, коли ще, наприклад, Крим
and one's ability to go unpunished. The Crimea, parts of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, kidnappings, tortures of Ukrainian people in the basements. The whole of the Crimea was turned into a Russian military base, instilling deep fear and terror among the residents. And still we see people willing to shake Putin's hand. We see him being invited to a range of international events. Again, this says that certain things can go unpunished. We have 2 UN conventions against terrorism and against Russian discrimination. Some decisions are pending within the meaning of the 2 of them, and we press on that. There is also another case to uncover Russia's attempt to manipulate the whole notion of genocide. We actually motioned that early on after the aggression, the start of the aggression, and we strongly hope that the leaders of the country will be brought to responsibility. Then Ukraine initiated the establishment of a special tribunal to investigate the crime of aggression. It's a challenging process, but again, we do hope that it will happen. Also, the international tribunal is to be set, and we do hope that Russian leaders will be brought to the responsibility. And last but not the least, the ICC looking into the crimes of the Russian Federation. The last point is about reforming the whole UN structure itself. The crisis of the League of Nations happened because the organization became incapable. I would say important. Now there's another iteration of it. The UN being in the same boat. And this is an existential threat for the humankind, as it is also an existential war for Ukraine. I think everyone feels and understands that. If we do not stop this aggression here and now, it will spread. We saw it back in 2014 in the Crimea. We were not able to stop it there, and it spread further on, endangering lives of our people. We definitely expect the whole world to help us, because it's not just about Ukraine. And however complex the processes are, I do hope that we will prevail in this fight. Thank you, Emine, for the work you've been doing, together with all Ukrainian diplomats, the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine, and without exaggeration, I can tell you that human rights CSOs, activists, are partners in our fight against the infringements of human rights. And I'm really happy that we've been working together. Speaking of the challenges our country has been facing, I can tell you, well, we still have a lot to do, and one of the key institutions to work in this vein is the Верховна Rada's ombudsperson for human rights, the added chunk of work that the office received since the beginning of the full-scale aggression shows how flexible and creative one has to be to successfully defend the victims and fight against the aggression. Surely the Ombudsman's office can count on support of the peer network, and I'm very glad to have with us today Mr. Rob Behrens from the UK. I'd like to ask you, Rob, about ways in which ombudspersons from other countries may or can help Ukraine and the peers in Ukraine to continue working in the field of human rights protection, and what has been the progress so far?
Thank you. First of all, it's a great honor and happiness to be with you today. I want to thank the Ukrainian security services and the Parliamentary Human Rights Commissioner for their help in getting me in and out of the country on 2 occasions now. They've been nothing but magnificent, and thanks to Dmytro Lubinets for that. I want to speak briefly and concisely about the issues that you've raised. I want to talk very quickly about the role of the Ombudsman in this situation, which I think is tremendously difficult and nuanced, and we need to recognize that. And I'd like to start off by saying that I personally, as an Ombudsman now for 18 years, do not believe that an algorithm is going to solve any problem for us in any way whatsoever. I don't think this is a scientific process. I think that algorithms are about applying set methodology to particular issues. And I think, as we discovered when we published this book in 2021 with the International Ombudsman Institute, a study of 53 national ombudsman institutions, that being an ombudsman is an art, it's not a science. And there are ambiguities and challenges which have to be confronted on a daily basis, which means that we would fail if we think that we can just apply a set of rules, even though we have human rights law and national legislation to do that. And the big ambiguity that ombudsmen face is that they have to be independent, they have to be impartial, but they also have to operate politically without being affiliated to a partisan political party or point of view. And that takes judgment, and it's difficult to address. So what do we have? We have a small number of things to guide us on our way. First of all, we all have legal mandates which tell us what we can do and what we can't do, both nationally and internationally. And the key thing about an ombudsman is that the ombudsman does not report to a minister or to a government. An ombudsman reports to Parliament, as is the case in Ukraine as well. And that means that the relationship between the ombudsman and the government has to be very carefully discussed and understood. Secondly, we have the Venice Principles, adopted in 2019, giving all national institutions a strategic focus for how we apply our independence and impartiality, something which has been adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. But the relationship needs creative tension between the Ombudsman, Parliament, and the national government. The mistake of any ombudsman is to want to be loved. That cannot possibly happen. The job of the Ombudsman is to speak truth unto power where it would be more convenient to stay silent. Human rights have no borders, and in the United Kingdom in the last 7 years, despite the trust that exists between the three bodies, as Ombudsman, I have had to challenge and confront the government on human rights issues independently about key issues around avoidable deaths in our health service, racial discrimination against black citizens who've lived in the country for 50 years, visa arrangements for incoming refugees, including 200,000 Ukrainians, 2 of whom live with my family for over a year. And it's a failure by my government to stand by the Venice Principles, which caused me to take them to the Venice Commission to argue that they had failed. So I do not think that the Ombudsman, whoever she or he is, can unambiguously ally themselves to the government of the day, notwithstanding the challenges and human rights issues that exist. I want to go on, but not now, to say something about how the International Ombudsman Institute can address this issue and the role that we as colleagues can make. But I'd just like to make this point finally, and it's a point of modesty. And Andreas Patakis, our brilliant president of Europe, knows this. We were the first international institute to expel the Russians from our body, quite rightly, in 2022. But please do not forget that the IOI only allowed the Russians to come in 2019. So we changed our mind after 2014, not before then. And that is a point that is chastening for all of us. Thank you very much.
Дуже вам дякую. І тим часом я хочу повідомити, що до нас приєдналася...
I'd like to tell you that Madlena Kuneva has joined us. She's a professor at the Diplomatic Activity of the European Service of Foreign Affairs. She just came and joined us from the train. I'm very happy to see her as a panelist, and I would like to ask Mike O'Flaherty to talk about the role and place of the human rights during the war, because many times we can hear an opinion like, why you, the human rights protectors, are talking about the human rights? We have a war in progress, so we need to think primarily about the foreign aggression, about the security, about reinforcing the capacities of our armed forces. Mr. O'Flaherty, how would you answer this question? So that's the first part of the question that I have for you. And secondly, since you are the head of the agency and Ukraine is currently moving, was currently having this Euro integration, so we, as the human rights defenders, we hope that this will result in more reforms in the field of human rights. So how do you think that your agency will be opening new doors for us that were previously closed in terms of protecting the human rights?
Thank you very much indeed. And let me join with Rob and with all the other visitors in saying what a deep honor it is. And I'm so grateful to Dimitro and others for the invitation. I first came to Ukraine 25 years ago. I traveled the country on behalf of the Council of Europe, promoting awareness of the European Convention on Human Rights. And I will never forget that visit. I remember so vividly that everywhere I was engaging with young people, and every time I engaged with them, there was a deep hunger for human rights, the knowledge of human rights as a tool, as an instrument to deepen democracy. There was a passion for human rights that has given me energy ever since. I've only been here 24 hours on this visit, but I feel the same energy, the same passion, captured so vividly and so strongly in the amazing speeches that we heard this morning. I've also come to a changed country, strengthened democratic institutions, the pathway to European Union membership, as you mentioned yourself. I come from a country that joined the European Union in my lifetime, and I saw how membership of the Union transforms a country for the good. And I'm not sure if Rob would agree, given the recent history, but it's a powerful force that brings a country forward, and I'm so excited for Ukraine in that context. But of course, I'm also visiting your country in this moment of absolute tragedy. We're almost 10 years into this hideous aggression from Russia. And let me just take the opportunity to be unequivocal in describing this aggression as illegal, unjust, and immoral. It's a war against Ukraine, but it's a war against all of us. It's a war against our continent, but it's also a war against our values. And if Russia is to be conceded even an inch of success, that is the crumbling of the Europe of values that we're all so invested in. And so I say that because you're fighting for all of us. And I don't have words to convey how important that is. And it means we, in turn, have to do everything possible for you, for everybody in Ukraine, within our competencies. Now, my competency and that of my agency is human rights. And so I'd like to talk to you about how we can all do a better job of standing up for human rights in a moment such as this. But just before I get into the substance of that, I'm very struck. I'm Irish. My name is a giveaway. And, you might wonder, what does somebody from a tiny country, almost lost out there in the Atlantic, so far away, what could that person possibly bring to the situation in Ukraine? And I just thought I'd just begin by saying we have more common reference points than people might imagine. We too are one of those European countries that was a colony. For centuries, we were a colony, with all of the tragedy and the disadvantage that brought. We're one of the other countries in Europe that suffered a decimating famine. We lost 2/3 of the population of our country through famine. And so when I hear about the famine here, of the Holodomor, I get it. And I'm so proud that the parliament of my country is one of the few that was willing to declare the Holodomor as a genocide. And I strongly support that. And one final common element we have right now is that 2% of the population of my country today is Ukrainian. And that is doing such good for the Irish society. Now, I know that many, if not all these people, will go home at some point, but we are deeply benefiting from their presence on our island. And again, that needs to be acknowledged. We get far more from the Ukrainians on the island of Ireland than they get from us. But forgive me for that segue, but I thought it was important to make the point. Let me come now specifically to human rights. I've worked in conflict zones my whole life, and at least 3 times, when the war got particularly vicious, I was told, go home. The UN told me to go home when I was working in West Africa, in Sierra Leone. They said, you have nothing to do here anymore. The war is far too grave. And I insisted. I said, no. The worse the war, the more important the work of human rights. It isn't human rights that caused the chaos. It was the failure to respect human rights that caused the chaos. And so we really have to keep investing and reinvesting. And I would suggest 3 areas that we can focus on in times of horror, such as the one that you're experiencing. The first is the issue discussed this morning, and that is working to get the children released. I can think of nothing more abominable than the abduction of many thousands of children and attempts to destroy their identities and destroy their lives. And so that must be the first priority, and I don't think it is internationally. It was great to hear Baroness Helena Kennedy speak about it this morning, but I don't think it's the dominant discourse out there. We need a sustained, integrated, international engagement with this issue. I don't know, frankly, what is this cleverest pathway to the release of the children. What I do know is that we'll find it if we get serious. And I'm not talking about Ukraine. Of course, you're taking it deeply seriously. I'm talking about the international community. And one thing, by the way, which is not wise, is it has been suggested on occasion that faith communities could help here. The Russian Orthodox Church cannot help here. It's an agent of the state. And so that is not relevant to this particular context. But the second dimension of human rights in the time of war is the need for monitoring. Now, monitoring is difficult and challenging for the country that lets the monitors in. You let the monitors in, and so you sometimes get criticized. And you say, but wait a minute, the other side won't let them in, and so they can't see the whole story. And I really appreciate that. But please stay invested in the value of monitoring. It brings great benefit. In the first place, it allows you to make sure that people are always at the heart of the story. The most vulnerable, most at the heart. And this is what monitoring can consistently bring to the fore. And it's hugely valuable for our responses to our engagement with the conflict at any moment. Secondly, without monitoring, we won't get accountability. There was much talk, welcome talk this morning, of holding people to account, of justice. I fully support it. But without monitoring, we won't achieve it. We need the evidence. One of the most satisfying moments of my career was many years after I left the country of Sierra Leone, giving evidence in the criminal trial of Charles Taylor, the president of Liberia, who was accused of crimes against humanity. And my evidence was part of what got him locked up for life. And that was one of the most satisfying moments for me in human rights work. And the third dimension of monitoring I want to mention is what my agency is doing right now. There are 4 million Ukrainians registered in the European Union. Their human rights also need to be stood up for. And so my agency is heavily invested on a continuous basis of monitoring their experience in the EU 27 member countries across every imaginable dimension of human rights. And I really encourage you all, go to the website of the Fundamental Rights Agency. You will find a mine of material about what is the experience of those 4 million people. The other dimension I want to mention of the need to have human rights at the heart of actions right now is to ensure that it is deeply embedded in the reconstruction of your country. I hate saying the word reconstruction, but I'm talking about rebuilding after all the damage perpetrated by the Russian aggression. There's a huge project, and we all know that. And it needs people at its heart. And we put people at its heart by putting human rights at the heart of reconstruction. To use the jargon, adopting a rights-based approach to reconstruction. Some of that will come automatically with the pathway to EU accession, but that's not a given, and so we have to be very conscious in this dimension. I said this, by the way, to a Ukrainian yesterday who said to me, you know, go easy on us, we're doing it already. And he described to me how the local authorities of Mariupol are heavily invested in consulting their citizens to see what is the best way to reconstruct that city. That is a rights-based approach. And so my deep appreciation for that good, international good practice. And let me finish these opening remarks by recalling again something from 25 years ago. I gave you already some memories. One last memory is of hopefulness. Everybody I met 25 years ago believed in a better future for all of us, a better future for this country. I find exactly the same hopefulness, confidence in the future today, in every speech I've heard, in every person I've met. And I want to thank you all for that hopefulness, because working in human rights today, on the 75th anniversary of the Declaration, it is easy to be hopeless. Not just here, but in many different places. And as I go back into my work, I get back on that train, I go back to my work, I will be that little bit more hopeful because of the hope of the people of Ukraine. And I want to thank you all for that.
Дуже дякую, пане О'Флаєрті, за ваші надихаючі ідеї.
Thank you, Mr. O'Flaherty, for your inspiring thoughts and for the fact that the EU stands with Ukraine in confronting the tyranny, in fighting for justice. And now I would like to ask a question to Marlena Kuneva. And I know that like we, the Ukraine and the European Union, we could reinforce the security and the supremacy of the law, and that the movement to the EU is a two-way process. Surely Ukraine will get its benefits out of it. More specifically, the reforms will take place, the institutions will be reinforced, but what the European Union will get out of Ukraine?
Well, thank you very much. I'm really very, very glad to be able to join today to you. Actually, my trip was organized within 2 days. Thank you very much to Madame Gipervo for extending this invitation. And frankly, to organize within 2 days all the administrative procedures is not easy. But whoever heard in Bulgaria that I'm going to Ukraine, to Kyiv, everybody was ready and up to do not in 20 minutes, but in 2 seconds, whatever we were supposed to prepare. So it was enlightening and very moving to see how attached all Bulgarians are toward the cause Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Героям слава. I'd like to share also, like Michael did, my experience. I brought my country to the European Union. I was chief negotiator. And I know what is the strength of this transformation power. I also remember when Bulgaria joined the Council of Europe, a very strong organization, which will be so much needy for you and for your endeavors. I tell you why. Because when we are talking about political criteria, all the information and all the expert opinions, most of them, they are coming from the Council of Europe. And this is really a great source of experience, a great source of inspiration, and especially when you are building your legislation on democracy, on the political human rights, this special cluster, so to say, related to the media freedom, to elections, and etc. What Ukraine will bring to the European Union, you know, many times I was asked the same as a chief negotiator. What Bulgaria will bring to the European Union? We are not the most rich country. We don't have oil or gas resources or whatever, but we have people. And this one was my answer for Bulgaria. And I believe that this one is the answer also coming from Ukraine. You will come to the European Union with your strength, with your resilience, with your absolutely bright young people, with your stamina and your desire to work together, to work further, to make an extra effort and make the Union better, to transform the Union for 21st century. We are talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about climate change, we are talking about the competition in the world, and I believe that without Ukraine, the European Union will be less able to do it, will be less efficient, and the continent will be not wholesome. But I have kind of an extra message. Ukraine is a matter to restore the international justice. You can talk about multilateralism, and then Ukraine is the best example why we need to fight together. We can talk about humanitarian needs, and again, you can talk with passion and great understanding and support beyond any imagination which we need to deliver on everyday basis to Ukraine. From wherever you see Ukraine right now, this is to prove together that we are able to restore justice, to keep the dictators accountable, and to punish them, as this one is so much related to the Ukrainian children. 384. This is kind of a burning number of the children who are missing. If we are not able to bring them home, how we can prove that we are relevant? How we can prove that there is humanitarian law, that there is international law, that there is multilateralism, that we are efficient and we can stay behind our words. So I'm not saying that Ukraine is coming to the European Union to give a chance to prove all these things, but you understand my point. When we manage to do that, we are relevant. We are relevant because at the end, you know, all of us, we know the flag of the European Union and Council of Europe, the stars. But I have a different image when I'm talking about human rights. This Vitruvian man of Leonardo da Vinci, a person who is firmly on the ground and with extended hands ready to embrace. Human rights, the human being is the center of this universe. If we cannot prove that we can care and we can change the life of each and every for the benefit of all, then we cannot fight with populism, that we cannot prove that democracy is the only way to move ahead and the best way we can govern. So this is a great opportunity to unite again and again our forces and to prove that this is the best way to live, the best way to show the road ahead. When I was negotiating still, but this one was at the end of negotiations already, 2005, I was listening to radio at home, one of the rare moments when it was the weekend when I was listening to the radio, and there was an interview, and a journalist asked the oldest man in Bulgaria at that time. He was 105 years old. And the journalist asked him, what is your dream for the future? I thought that this is a little bit too much to ask the person who is 105 years old about the dream for the future. But then the answer which the man gave was the one I will never forget. He said that his dream is to see his country, Bulgaria, a member of the European Union. This is a historical justice, and you deserve it. We all deserve it. This is a dream of generations, current, older, future, young people who are perfectly well equipped to be the best Europeans, but also your older generation. So whenever I'm talking about the youth, I'm thinking also about this 105 years old man. We are all together in that, and this is unbeatable. So this is my answer. That's how you are going to change the union. With all this experience, it matters a lot. This energy is second to none.
Дуже вам дякую, пані Кунєва, за ваш виступ.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Kuneva, for your inspiring words. And one short question at the end of it to the two panelists present here, using this historical opportunity, also because in a matter of days the world will be celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights. And because we are continuing to talk about human rights and the capital of the country and the condition of war for a decade, also during airstrike alert time. So still, we have two candidates to the position of EU's Commissioner for Human Rights. The shortlist was announced just a couple of days ago. And we have Magdalena Kuneva and Michael O'Flaherty here. I'd like to put a short question to both of you, with hopes for your short answers. Just in the event one of you is elected to the position of EU Commissioner, what will your contribution be to this institution? Who would like to be the first?
Okay. Before I answer, and I will answer, I forgot to say something in my introduction, and that is that as you move forward in your candidacy for membership of the EU, if you decide to become an observer to the agency I currently lead, the Fundamental Rights Agency, that would allow us to work directly with you on the ground in Ukraine, something my agency would deeply desire. And we can talk later about what that would mean in practice, but I very much hope, and it's a sovereign decision of the government, obviously, but I very much hope that it will exercise the sovereign decision to become an observer to the Fundamental Rights Agency. Forgive me, I forgot to say it earlier. And now, the first thing I would do if I wasn't expecting this question.
I didn't tell you.
No, you didn't. If I was elected, the first thing I would do is come right back here. This is the existential threat to Europe, the Russian aggression against this country. It's about your country, this great country. It's all the suffering that you are experiencing, but it's also about everybody. I think I said this earlier. If the Russian aggression succeeds, they don't just gain territory, that's already deplorable, but the values, the European values, I don't like that term, what I mean is the universal values around which we built the modern Europe are spat at. The rug is pulled from under them. It's a Europe I don't want to live in anymore. So we must do everything with you to make sure that this doesn't happen. And so if I were elected, it'd be right back here to repeat what I've just said now, wherever I have to do it. I would go to the line of your territories, which are being held by the Russian aggressor, and I would say, let me in. This is Ukraine. This is Council of Europe territory. I want to go and be with the people in Council of Europe, in the territory of a Council of Europe member state. Let me in to do my job. Now, I suspect I wouldn't be let in, but I've got to demand it. And I would do everything in my power to bring to force what I said earlier about the children. I would do everything in my power to make sure that the different international actors take the issue of the abducted children with the seriousness it deserves. I did this before, 20,000 kids abducted in Sierra Leone, and I was able to play a role there in getting those kids released. We were successful. Totally different situation, but the Commissioner has to put that very top of the pile.
Дякую. Пані Меглено, отже, ваша відповідь.
Thank you. Well, just to be fair, we are 3 candidates shortlisted, and it's good to mention that our dear colleague, Professor Manfred Nowak, who has also a great history of human rights, is also coming, but a bit later today. So what I can say is that you have 3 absolutely dedicated personalities who would like to work as close as possible. I put it in my brochure in written. I think that right now, Commissioner for Human Rights is not like before, because there are a lot of emergencies. In the mandate of the Commissioner for Human Rights, it's stated that Commissioner for Human Rights is very important with his or her voice, and that we can immediately raise the voice, that we are flexible, that we can, even before we come physically, I fully agree with Michael, of course, but we can cry from whatever point of the world we are when we see an injustice, when we are informed about injustice. So, for sure, to come back, this is part of the job. But to make a very strong network with the Ukrainian society, and I think that coming from Eastern Europe, I know this period quite well. This is a must. We should be on everyday base. Without institutions, we will be not strong enough. What I would like to see is to build together stronger institutions, being on human rights or other administrative capacities which will come. There are so many. So, yeah, coming back for all good reasons, but also to start work with all the national points, very much with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Ombudsman, but not only, with your civil society. If I need to start with just one thing, this is the children. Maybe because I'm a female, maybe because of that, but I imagine every day of their lives. And we shouldn't make a stone unturned until they are back. And also in the Reykjavik Declaration is purely written that this mechanism should come to life and should be very effective. We need to have human human relations, human points of contact, but also build strong institutions to bring the justice.
Так, дякую, пане Беренс, будь ласка.
Thank you. And Mr. Berens, please.
Could I just say that I'm a European, even though my country might not be in the European Union, and what's happening in Ukraine is wider than the European Union. It involves the whole world and all of us. And I want to contribute by showing you that it's about children everywhere, not just in Ukraine. And here is... We have very close relations with the wonderful Parliamentary Commission for Human Rights in Ukraine, and we're going to create an institutional link in the next year which will provide capacity building for our brilliant Ukrainian colleagues. And to start this off, all the Ombuds community in the United Kingdom joined together to create a fighting fund to support Ukrainian human rights charities, in which last year we raised an awful lot of money. And one inner city school in Manchester, which is a place that Winston Churchill was a member of Parliament of, they used their art class to get every child in that class to draw their picture of what they wanted from Ukraine. And what it means is that it's not just about the European Union or about Ukraine, it's about all of us working together as creatively as possible to ensure that this becomes a significant world issue. And I just want to end with this. The first time that I came to the Ukraine and I met Dmytro Lubinets in Poland at an airport, he was surrounded by Ukrainian soldiers who mobbed him and thanked him for what he was doing. And I tell you something, that doesn't happen very often with ombudsmen around the world. You have a unique, charismatic leader who values what he does and lives his values, as does his institution. And you should cherish him because he is a great asset to Ukraine at this moment. So please remember that when you're critical of what they do. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Давайте подякуємо всім нашим панелістам, які сьогодні виступали за їхні ідеї.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the panelists for their speeches, their comments, their support of Ukraine and the protection of human rights in Ukraine on its way towards the EU. And I'd like to pass the floor over to Vadim Karpyuk to continue. Thank you, Tatiana. Thank you, dear panelists. You did part of my job, actually leading the discussion all the way to our next topic. Thank you for your discussion, and we had the children topic that ended this panel, which leads us to a bit of a, well, animation, though not a very childlike, but definitely about children. It's about Mariupol, about a girl who wakes up amid explosions and has to leave the city amidst Russians and explosions. And then she returns to her city already in an advanced age to remember everything. The animation is called the painful scream from the eyes. And this is based on the real story of a girl, Alisa. She was in Mariupol since early days throughout this siege. And she managed to leave the city from Azovstal together with her mom, but they were separated later on. And this animation has been a candidate to Oscar's short list of animation shorts. So let us have a look at it, and afterwards we will hear from Larisa Denisenko, a writer, human rights activist, and human rights advocacy activist. And she and her colleagues on the panel will be speaking about crime and justice. So we will see more about the crime from the animation, and we will hear more about how to bring to responsibility those who committed the crime.
Колеса глухо стукотять, колеса глухо стукотять, мов хвиля об паром, колеса глухо стукотять, мов хвиля об паром. Зустрічай, зустрічай, товаришу Хароне, і за лихом, і за лихом, і з добром, і з лихом, і з добром. Колеса глухо стукотять, колеса стукотять, Христа вождя, усіх божат, Христа вождя, усіх божат, і в маті в перемать. Колеса б'ють, колеса б'ють, колеса б'ють, колеса б'ють, кудись дарують путь, уже й додому не вернуть, додому не вернуть. За ґратами, за вартами, розбухли на сльозах Христа вождя, в усіх божат, і в маті перемать. Христа вождя, в усіх божат, і в маті перемать. Колеса глухо стукотять за ґратами, за вартами, розбухли на сльозах. Споруджує нову добу на крові і кістках. Колеса глухо стукотять на крові і кістках, на крові і кістках. Колеса глухо стукотять нову добу на крові і кістках, на крові і кістках. Межі світів, ти тільки перехожий, ти тільки перехожий. Ворушишся, ворушишся, ворушишся на споді, ворушишся на споді, на споді. На споді чужого, чужого, чужого існування, чужого існування, а смерть війшла, а смерть війшла. У тебе вже давно, у тебе вже давно 100 ночей попереду і 100 ночей позаду, позаду. А межі ним, ти тільки перехожий, лялечка німа, німа, німа. Ти тільки перехожий, лялечка німа, лялечка німа, розпечена ж біла, самоволю, самоволю, усіх божат. Колеса б'ють, кудись дарують путь, кудись дарують путь. Уже й додому не вернуть, додому не вернуть.
Диявол теж забув, тепер тут править інший Бог. Расиста людожа, один на трьох, і в маті перемать, і в маті перемать. Кожак Христа усіх божат, колеса глухо стукотять, Христос забув, Христос забув, диявол теж забув, диявол теж забув. Христос забув.
Дорогі колеги і колежанки, ми продовжуємо говорити.
Colleagues, we continue our discussion. My name is Larisa Denisenko. I'm a lawyer, part of justice, the justice that we're going to discuss amongst our panelists. The justice and accountability, that's the final step that gives people a chance to understand that we are about to finish, or everything is over, or that we are on our way to justice. That some might be very happy to feel. Justice is very important to deal with the consequences of the war crimes. Unfortunately, the whole system is designed to deal with the consequences, but talking about the international justice, talking about the investigation and sentencing the perpetrators who committed the war crimes, this is extremely useful, not only for those affected or lost their relatives in this war, but also for those who would be trying to start another war, because the law allows it to be used in future, and it appears that this is far more reliable tool than trying to be based on security or security-based protocols. Maybe the sentences or the court rulings will give hope that we will change something in the security environment or in the security system. So we're going to start, and I'm happy to introduce the panelists. Andrei Kostin, the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Wayne Jordash, the Managing Partner of Global Rights Compliance, Janine Di Giovanni, writer, journalist, war journalist, and Managing Director of the Reckoning Project Olga Reshetilova, the co-founder of the Media Initiative for Human Rights and Human Rights Protector. So my first question to Andriy Kostin. Andriy, we met a year ago in a very similar format. There was also a conference. I remember we were having this conference at the subway station, Independence Square. It was closed at that time. So a year ago, we were talking how difficult it is to investigate war crimes, knowing that the number of the war crimes keep increasing. And currently, we have over 110,000 registered war crimes. And the most troubling is that while we are sitting here, more and more war crimes are being committed. They'll be registered soon. It will be painful to many people, to families who have lost either their home or their child, or when someone is held in captivity, and we understand what might happen to people in Russian captivity. So I want to ask, so what sort of world of justice are we in now? There's a lot of crimes being registered now. It's very hard to investigate. We have to understand that it's very difficult to investigate. I believe the society should be aware of that. But then there is this social request for justice. You know, you can only respond to that with court rulings or sentences. So how would you say what the justice system and the Prosecutor General's office, what they should do in cooperation with their partners in order to have those sentences, so that the person would understand, you know, that if we can't see the light, well, the light is still there. The light could be found in the sentences to the war criminals. Well, thank you, Larissa. I think that in order to do our job effectively, we have to coordinate this job, and we have to have a strategy. This is not just ample words or theory. This is the reality that we live and that we face on a daily basis. You've mentioned over 110,000 registered war crimes. Well, as of today's morning, this number is in fact 111,995 registered cases of war crimes. And that figure is amazing, but this is not a complete figure. We shouldn't remember that. We can only imagine what is happening on the occupied territories and how many crimes are being committed in Mariupol. We've just seen the video. How many crimes are committed against the Ukrainians that are illegally detained or tortured? And over 2 years of this full-scale war, we have no doubts that all of these crimes are part of the planned Russian policy, planned to exterminate Ukrainians. Our main task is to document all the crimes and to define the patterns and the chains of command in order to hold accountable not the perpetrators, but the organizers as well. That might be taking place in Ukrainian courts and international institutions, which is proved by the arrest warrants against Putin and Maria Belova that were issued, and also in the jurisdiction of other countries, as United States of America have done that yesterday. By the way, that is the first international jurisdiction among the 24 that have already issued the accusals against the Russian soldiers for committing war crime. This is important because this is the path that the other countries have to follow. the countries that are taking their own investigations. That is why we are documenting all the crimes committed by the Russians during the aggression in accordance to the international standards. Now, those evidence may be further transferred to the ICC and to the partner countries. In the case of the arrest warrants of the ICC, before that, we've been working very tightly with the Office of the Prosecutor Karim Khan for 5 years. All the law enforcement agencies were cooperating, and at that time we've provided the Karim Khan office with dozens of volumes of case files. And I would like to take this opportunity and extend words of gratitude to the national police, to the prosecutors who collected evidences on the case of torturing the citizen of the United States. Our cooperation with the ICC becomes stronger on the daily basis. In September, the ICC has opened an office in Ukraine. This is not just a news. It's about the fact that the ICC team come to Ukraine for long, which is very important. And this is the largest office of the ICC outside of Hague. We cooperate in the form of joint investigative team of Eurojusters, which includes Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Slovakia, Estonia, Romania, and the ICC prosecutor's office. Just recently, the Europol have joined this group. It will allow us to use the capability of these institutions investigating war crimes. The United States have also joined this group on the basis of MOU. As I've already mentioned, we share information with 24 countries doing their own investigations or gathering evidences of war crimes committed by the Russian aggression. This is a well-coordinated work. With all due respect to the independence of different institutions, we still coordinate all the efforts in order to understand which country is focusing on the investigation of which crime, in order to avoid the duplication and redundancy, because our resources and the resources of our partners are also limited. All of that is part of the network of comprehensive accountability. And it has to provide the accountability for the Russian war criminals whenever they are. And the final element would be the special tribunal on the crime of aggression. We understand still that 99% of the war crimes will be investigated in Ukraine. That is why our first priority is to reinforce the capabilities of the national law enforcement agencies and the prosecutors. We have established 9 specialized units to investigate war crimes at the regional prosecutors' offices. We have established specialized units on investigating war crimes of sexual violence during the conflict, the crimes against the environment. And Ukraine is the first country that is investigating the crimes against the environment as war crimes. We are the first country to investigate the cyber attacks as war crimes. This has never been done before, and we understand that in cooperation with the partners, we create the standards, the practice, the case laws, so that we are ready to share with everyone, because the wars and the conflicts are on our country and on our planet, unfortunately, they keep coming. And by creating the mechanisms, that's what you, Larissa, have mentioned in the beginning, we understand that the presence of clear systems of holding accountable for all types of war crimes, all types of crimes, this will have to give its own kind of deterrent effect against all those who will be trying or thinking of committing those crimes in different parts of the world. The prosecutors and investigators are participating in many seminars and workshops. We have the leading lawyers from the world with us. Well, you can see some of them are already with us on this stage. And also there are leading lawyers who, ones participated in the work of the international criminal tribunals, and their experience is precious. And we also have the atrocity crimes advisory group. We have created special clusters in the frames of which the international experts are assisting the Ukrainian prosecutors. And we have already identified 463 suspects in committing war crimes. The cases on 300 individuals are heard in cases. Already 70 Russian war crimes are sentenced. Well, that might sound small if you compare with 130,000 crimes registered, but when we're talking with international partners, they're amazed because you're not only conducting this war or defending in this war, but you're also registering the crimes and investigating those crimes. In addition to investigations and sentencing, which is the basis for the true justice, we have another true priority. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children are deported by the aggressor, and tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians are forcibly detained on temporarily occupied territories and in Russia. Our goal is to return them to our country. Unfortunately, the aggressor clearly understands that the largest fear for a free Ukrainian is the lack of freedom. So those against the occupation, those who support Ukraine, they're being detained by Russians under some absurd convictions, or committing tortures, ill treatment, lack of access to justice. These are also the war crimes, and the perpetrators have to be held accountable. We are registering those in our proceedings, and today we've had another proceedings against the Ukrainian activists that, under the pretext of the criminal proceedings, currently detained by the aggressor. According to our information, almost 90% of the POWs and detainees are subject to tortures or different types of violence, either physical or psychological. Tortures in Russia is not something which is behaved by individuals. It is a planned state policy on all the territories that we've deoccupied. We found the torture chambers. That's 104 tortures places in 8 regions of Ukraine. The largest amount of torture chambers we've identified in Kharkiv region, 25, and there's 10 in Donetsk and 19 on the territory of Russian Federation. Just a couple of examples. In Kherson, the Russian occupation has detained a man, and in his coffee shop he led water to those people participating in the meetings. And since he was using a cashier that was produced by the US, and I quote, this fake prosecution, and he might be using that in order to transfer some information to the US. He was subject to severe tortures for 10 days until the family paid ransom to Russians and he was let go. Another person, another man, was tortured for 54 days and he was signing Ukrainian flags on the eve of independence. A woman was kept tortured. She was forced to dig a grave for himself because they found a souvenir with the Ukrainian flag, and she was subscribed to Ukrainian channels, Telegram channels. And unfortunately, there are many more cases. And now today, we need to mobilize the resources both inside and outside of Ukraine in order to release and to return our citizens. In case of the return of POWs, there are some protocols, but there are no mechanisms or protocols for the return of the civilians and children. So we have to create them. We have to create and to overcome those gaps in the IHL. Now, the world is talking about the Ukrainian children, but unfortunately the issue, the challenge with the civilian detainees is not, under the focus of the international community. So we have to bring the focus to this tortures, to the illegal detention by the Russia of all the civilians. We have to call for decisive actions for the return of those people on every delivery platforms, because this would mean more and more tortures every day. We need to gather the reliable data. Last month, we had a coordinated meeting at the General Prosecutor's Office. We've discussed this matter. We're currently working on the establishment of the single register for civilian detainees. We also reinforce the capacity of the law enforcement agencies and prosecutors to investigate cases like that. Now, out of this 400 suspects that we've identified, 159 are the suspects in illegal detainment of the civilians, and 133 have been accused. And we also mention that to our prosecutors and investigators that our task is not just to punish, but to gather as much information as possible to identify the location for the detained civilians and to make sure they're returned. Still, we understand that the civil society in most cases are far more flexible than the state, and they're doing extraordinary to return the civilians and the children. So we try to use their expertise as much as possible. Now, in the frames of the International Experts Council at the General Prosecutor's Office, we have a special work, and I'm very grateful to Katerina Osacha Foundation for drawing the attention to the destiny of our people, to the Center of the Civil Freedoms, to other civil associations and activists for their systemic work. We have established a separate cluster under the consultative group, under the ACA group, and it engages leading experts to support Ukraine in investigating those crimes. And the Coordination Center for the victims and witnesses have started to operate, and they will kind of combine them with other organizations that provide psychological and other forms of support. And the last but not the least, we need to improve the mechanism for paying reimbursements to those individuals who were subject to tortures or POWs, particularly in terms of civilians. We have to find additional sources for that, because as long as the difficult system or process is taking place for creating the mechanism for reimbursement, the people would still need to receive the compensations that we already have the money for. So the prosecutors and investigators are doing everything possible. We need to document the crimes committed in the course of the Russian aggression due to their Russian aggression in accordance to the international standards. We have to work to return the child and children deported and civilians detained, because only when those held in Russian captivity, when those will be returned to Ukraine, they will be able to talk about true justice.
Дякую, пане генеральний прокуроре.
I thank Prosecutor General. Given the different directions in which General Prosecutor's Office has started cooperation with international organizations in terms of military crimes, we see that they've started implementing victim-oriented approach, prisoner-oriented approach, and this definitely brings an individual at the center of due process, a due process oriented on people. And now I'd like to switch towards investigation. We have a lot of investigations going on. Sometimes we hear that it is not possible to investigate everything properly because of challenges around the process. I'd like to ask Wayne about ongoing investigations. What kind of challenges are there? Are there any solutions in sight? And generally, how things go on in terms of international criminal law and justice in the area?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to address this timely meeting. As we know, 75 years ago, the Declaration of Human Rights was adopted, consisting of 30 articles, and the first one, the one that proclaims that all people are born free and equal in dignity and rights, may well be the most important. And as we know, today Ukraine is fighting for exactly that, to be born free, to be equal and equal in dignity. Today we see the largest state violating these fundamental norms with impunity. So we understand, of course, that declarations are not sufficient. They're important, but not sufficient. The work that the Prosecutor General has outlined is where we need to focus. We need action and not just words. And the task is incredibly difficult. To investigate these types of crimes is challenging at the best of times. And it's particularly challenging in Ukraine because there's a difference here. What you have here is a fundamentally and inherently illegal campaign. Some wars are fought over territory, some wars are liberation wars, some wars are just outright illegal and inherently so. Start with the logic that we all know, which is obvious from the pattern of crime so far. The logic is that the illegal invasion is designed to eradicate Ukrainian sovereignty and Ukrainian identity against the will of Ukrainians. So it's inherently illegal. You cannot achieve those aims without the mass commission of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and quite possibly genocide. Therein lies the challenge. These are not crimes which occur incidentally. They're not excesses from legitimate warfare. They are the product of an inherently illegal campaign. Let me touch on detentions. It's worthwhile just trying to take a little bit of the inherently criminal campaign, just having a look at it more closely, because you'll begin to understand how complicated the Prosecutor General's job really is to try to investigate all these crimes. Detentions are absolutely widespread and systematic in Russian-occupied territory. There's no doubt about it. Detentions in most wars are the norm, unfortunately, but many of those detentions are the product of legitimate security concerns gone wrong, excesses of security, or for purposes such as obtaining information, again relating to security. Detentions in this war are different. They're designed for a different purpose, and I'm not just saying that, the patterns of the crimes bear this out. Detentions form a key component of an organized filtration system designed to eliminate local leaders, designed to eliminate those who are capable of physically protecting the population, the military, the security, the police, but more than that. And we see this across the occupied and liberated territories, and Mr. Kostin has touched upon this. The leaders are extended to journalists, human rights activists, volunteers, local politicians. That's the logic of the inherently criminal campaign. You don't just detain the military, you don't detain the police, you don't just detain those who might have something to do with the war, you detain everybody on an intellectual basis, those who support Ukrainian statehood, those who support Ukrainian identity. Someone like me, I live in Ukraine. I, therefore, could fall into that category because it's a movable feast, of course. Anybody who does not agree with the illegal campaign falls to be detained and tortured without a shadow of a doubt, criminal, without a shadow of a doubt, war crimes. In international armed conflicts, a warring party can detain somebody on the basis of security. In occupations, imperative security entitles you to detain somebody. You can't detain journalists, you can't detain human rights activists, you can't detain volunteers, you can't detain just because somebody doesn't support your war aims. And therein lies the challenge of investigation, and therein almost lies the impossibility of investigating everything, because this is just a small part of the overall criminal campaign. Without a shadow of a doubt, war crimes, unlawful confinement, torture, cruel, inhumane treatment, murder, willful killing, deportation, enforced disappearances, rape, sexual violence, denying fair trials, persecution, and so on. But it's not just war crimes. When you have these activities connected to a widespread or systematic attack on a civilian population, crimes against humanity. And when you have this type of activity, which is designed to destroy a part of the group, and it's a substantial part of the group, you also have genocide. This is the challenge that Ukraine faces. It's not just about documenting the acts, it's about documenting the acts, the mental state, the purposes, to work out, is it war crimes? We know it is. Is it crimes against humanity? We know it is. Is it genocide? We will find out in due course. That is a small part, as I keep repeating, of the overall criminal campaign and the impossibility of investigating everything.
At some point when I had a chat with an international expert, he would say, if your country were to have an ideal, clear-cut genocide, I, frozen immediately. And, well, he said that, well, it would be much easier for law experts because of clear set of parameters. Instead, you have it much harder here. And yes, we have it harder, but this doesn't mean that we have to let it slip past our attention. Now I'd like to bring to the limelight the topic of documenting war crimes, also in the light of public demand for justice. And the public has to be able to comprehend what is happening. One thing is to document war crimes the way they've been happening, and it practically may not be possible to document war crimes in their totality, to create a correct picture. Yet still, people tend to come to their conclusions, and same journalists, media representatives, activists do as well. So the process of documenting is multifaceted. It's about helping the justice system. It's helping the whole process. On the other hand, it's about informing other people about details of the story of what has been happening. So my question is to Janine, is there a balance in the media work, between the media work and human rights activism?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the Ombudsman and the Prosecutor General and all of you for coming out today to hear us. I'm speaking on behalf of my representation for the Reckoning Project, of which I am the director. But I want to bring you back from Ukraine to another war. Sierra Leone, a small West African country, in the middle of a terrible 14-year civil war. It is May 2000. The capital, Freetown, is about to fall. The rebel forces have brutally rampaged the country for 14 years, violating civilians in the most horrific way. One of the hallmarks of their torture was to amputate civilians at either the wrist or the elbow. to make them living figures of their fear and what they could do. In the middle of this, as the capital was falling, the president, Ahmed Tejakaба, ran away. I was in a crowd of civilians, and I somehow made my way to his house where he had run away. I hid in a bush and watched government soldiers assassinate a civilian in front of my eyes. When they left, leaving the corpse behind, I made my way into the president's house. There I found document after document after document, which he had forgotten to shred or to take with him, highlighting the blood diamonds that were fueling this war. They were listed in child's notebooks, and in these listings were names, the weight of the diamonds, and the routes from Monrovia, Liberia, because of course Charles Taylor, who was mentioned earlier here, the president of Liberia, was heavily involved in this war, but also UN senior officials, Nigerian army officials, the weights of the diamond, and where it went after it left Sierra Leone and Liberia, to London, to New York. All of this was in the documentation. I took these records, and the next day I went to the Minister of Justice, which was perhaps unwise, because he threatened me with my life unless I gave them back, and I refused. I didn't photocopy them because there wasn't electricity, but I made copies and I brought them to the only international diplomat left in Freetown at that point, the British High Commissioner. He took them, and they were later used in the War Crimes Tribunal in Sierra Leone, which Wayne, I think, was involved in. That is when I realized how important documentation during wartime is. How important it is to document, but also to coordinate with the top officials so that we can help speed up justice. I had come to Sierra Leone from many wars before that, but one in particular which broke my heart, which was Bosnia. Bosnia, I witnessed some of the worst war crimes, and unlike other wars, often the perpetrators were never, ever brought to justice. 16,000 women were raped in Bosnia, held in rape camps in the east of the country, many of them forced to become pregnant and bear children as a way of breaking the gene pool. Most of those rapists were never caught, and they never went to The Hague. And having seen that, and then the genocide at Srebrenica, I vowed that I had to make my documentation of war crimes go further than just the newspaper I was publishing it in. A few days after the invasion of Ukraine, Natalia Gumenyuk, who's here, Peter Pomerantsev, and myself came together and thought of how we could try to hasten justice. We believed firmly that justice delayed is justice denied. And in the back of my mind always was Bosnia, but also Syria. And I'll come back to Syria later. Syria, where I spent 8 years recording torture on a very high and detailed level. But what we decided to form was the Reckoning Project. We knew that Ukraine had this incredible resource, which is talented and excellent journalists. We needed to train them how they could turn their reports and their witnessing. They were on the front lines, they were seeing it in real time, but it would not be admissible in court unless we trained them how to take it correctly. And I knew this because I had been called to The Hague and to give witness statements many times. I had excellent notebooks, I was a great journalist, but you needed to go beyond that. They needed to understand IHL law, they needed to understand what prosecutors need. Most of all, they needed to know how not to get in the way of justice as well. So we began training, first a small group of Ukrainian journalists, now it is much bigger. We believed that we could help speed up and hasten a justice system, international justice, which can be caught and very creaky and take years and decades. Bosnia, for instance, Milosevic did not actually get to The Hague until 2001, right, Wayne? 2001, 2002. The war ended in 1995. So that was 7 years after the war ended. Evidence had not been collected, and meanwhile, what happened to witnesses? They fade away, they get frightened, or they die, or their memories fade. I've been called for witness statements 10 years after the war in Kosovo. You don't remember things that happened a decade before. So with this, the Reckoning Project, based on our concepts, our methodology of do no harm, and that means not re-traumatizing witnesses, began to work. As of now, we've contributed 250 statements to the Office of the Prosecutor General, and we are now working on a year-long project on the children, a very deep dive for the German and the Swedish government about how were these Ukrainian children, these 19,000 Ukrainian children, how were they taken? What was the pathway to that? What is the psychology behind it? And more importantly, how can we get them back? Where are they? So we have gone, since the war started nearly 20 months ago, to this stage now where we're working on very specific projects. I want to go back, though, to lessons learned from past wars and what we can do better. I think, for me, the most important lesson I learned was from Syria. Bosnia, because of what did not happen, but Syria was a war that was very well documented. Everyone had a smartphone or a Samsung, and in Aleppo, as the barrel bombs were falling, as Putin's bombs were falling, we could all run out on the street and take photographs. But that wasn't enough, because they weren't verified. So right now, in a villa in Geneva, at the United Nations office, there is an institution called the IIIM, which was courageously set up through the UN General Assembly in 2016 by ambassadors from Liechtenstein, Finland, Germany, and I believe Luxembourg as well. And this was to take all of the documentation that came out of Syria, which was massive, because there was a big underground human rights movement, and there was a lot of paperwork. And it was very bravely driven out of Syria during the Assad regime, and now it is in the IIIM. But the prosecutor there, a French prosecutor who worked in Cambodia before, Catherine, has a task in front of her which will take her decades, because it wasn't verified at the time. So one of the things we're trying to do, working with incredible data scientists, is to verify as we go along. So that way, what we want to do is help prosecutors. We want to give them a file where we've created the incident, we've taken the statements, but we've verified it. That's the first part of our work and what we've learned. The second part is with Natalia and other great journalists. We're producing content because I'm terribly afraid, I tell you this as someone who is half American, of the elections coming up in 2024. And if this happens, how do we keep Ukraine in the front line of newspapers, journalism? We need to keep Ukraine, the narrative, going. And we do this by writing the facts and producing journalistic content which will move people and realize what is happening here. So the other part of our job is journalism, led by Natalia, which will resonate throughout the world and keep it global, including the global south, which isn't really on our side right now. We need to convince them better. I'm going to finish by saying something about why we do this work. It's because we do it for the living, we do it for all of you, but we do it for the dead. There's a line in Ulysses, which is about the dead being angry. The dead are restless. When people are killed in violent and unjust ways, they do not have a peaceful death. We are doing this at the Reckoning Project for them. We are doing this so that justice is served for all of those people, those Ukrainian people that died in ways that they did not have to die. We're doing something else, which is sending a very powerful signal to perpetrators in Russia today, but all around the world, which is that we are watching you. You are not going to get away with this. We're watching, we're documenting, and one day we are going to get you. And that's why we do what we do at the Reckoning Project. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Я дуже вдячна за вашу роботу.
I'm very grateful for your work because the journalism of data, of documenting, it's very important so that the world would see that in a 4D format, so that it would stay for as long as possible, so that it would help people like in the informational field to understand what is happening, particularly in the justice field, because it is moving forward based on already what was documented by different people. Olga, a question to you. We've already heard about the importance of this work, but still, I would like to kind of talk more about the Ukrainian advocacy, the documenting of crimes, how important it is. Now, whether people are hearing about this, because your organization is dealing with a lot of matters, particularly related to documenting, and you can, talk on different international platforms. So how convincing are we kind of on those platforms? That's one of the things I wanted to talk. And then we talk about this, the societal demand for justice. And based on my clients, I can see that there's demand for justice is different. The expectations are different. Some, they don't have expectation, they just want this to over. And people, they don't understand that by kind of having this end, they just wanted to say that they want to kind of live a normal life as well as possible as that. So who is setting this social kind of claim for justice or societal claim for justice? Is there a claim like that? Well, thank you for the question. It is important, really. Frankly speaking, our society has no dialogue, has no discussion about what is justice for us. I mean, in the very end, we have a frustrating numbers from the Prosecutor General, from the Prosecutor General's office. We can see the numbers, and those people who have something to do with the justice, they understand that we would need decades spent on investigating that, even if we'll take like all of our resources and allocate them for that. But we also have the experience of previous 10 years, because for us, the war started in Crimea, and maybe even earlier on the Independence Square, because we know that the Russian special services were on that Maidan, and we know how difficult was the investigation process, how difficult it is for international community and international experts, and the ICC came to an understanding that this is an international armed conflict. I remember the number of debates whether there are an effective control of Russians on Donbass or there's no control, and it kind of seem to think, and many seem to think, that justice is kind of lagging behind the claim for justice. It's kind of too difficult, it kind of too dependent on politics on the international level and on the Ukrainian level as well. But there's also a question that the justice could not be, infantile. We have to understand the complexity of the justice. And it's a question to Ukraine as well, because while striving for justice, we have to take responsibility as well. And I think that this responsibility is at least in ratifying the Roman Statute. And there's like years of discussions on that, and our politicians still can't make it. I mean, we're still infantile, like in terms of we're full of stereotypes that it might endanger somehow or to Russia or to Ukrainian soldiers, so we understand that it's a nonsense. And there's lack of political will to make kind of a next step towards this justice. We have a significant expectations out of the international justice system after the ICC, but still kind of reinforcing our own national system. Well, we can't find the political will to do that. It's a matter of our responsibility to the victims, and we have to show what the justice might look like. In all of our interviews, and there's dozens of those interviews, we keep asking, What's the justice for you? What's your expectations? That's a difficult question, and not too many can answer that question. And I've never heard about reparations or some, welfare, or in many cases people are saying like victory of Ukraine or holding the superior political military leadership of Russia to accountability. But also, and maybe this is not clearly stated by the victims, but also that the attention towards their drama, their tragedy, and this is what the journalists are doing. But it's not enough simply to tell a story. It's not enough simply to document, to listen to a victim. It's important to take this path to justice together with this victim. Now we can see, when we can see the numbers by the Prosecutor General, when they are turning into the court hearings, and we can see dozens and dozens of new processes in courts, well, unfortunately, we can't see the public there, the media there, as it was in the case of the Independence Square, because there's a peak of attention and there's a drop of attention. I had a conversation with the Ukrainian journalists on the case of Ягідне when we came to a courtroom, and there was an interview of the victims, and we've seen not a single representative of the media. And I was very surprised because the process was only starting. I wrote a post about this, and it resulted in an accurate discussion with the Ukrainian journalists saying that, look, we've written so many things about Ягідне, but like how many more? But that's a very cynical approach to victims. Like, we've processed you, we had everything about you, so, okay, that's it. Like, we're not going to spend the time with you on this path to justice. We need to change this kind of a consumption approach to the tragedy for the media. This is an important aspect. We need to talk about this, particularly when the foreign media arrive. They don't have this empathy, and they have this consumption approach, like, to make a wonderful, video, let others cry, and that's it. So my constant call upon the journalists, upon representatives of media and civil societies, come and see those court hearings. You need to teach or to learn this Ukrainian justice system, to criticize or praise if there is what's praised, to offer changes. It's a difficult process, but still, it's all about, becoming more mature, that we're not kind of infantile in kind of discussing very difficult or complicated matters, but about the fact that we are ready to participate, that the justice, it's what we need the most in curing these traumas. That's the right to the truth. That's an important element of transitionary justice. And in courts, I keep saying this statement. I believe that the story of Ukraine, the history of Ukraine, is written in courts. This is where the truth is being established, and this is where we will see and to control whether this history is written in the right manner, whether it complies with our understanding. And what we can see as well, it has an impact on the high level of legal culture of the society. In many cases, we can see in court hearings and appeals to the prosecutor's office there about some radical approaches. And every time we're writing about the court hearing processes, about the court hearing over the collaborationist or those accused of collaborationism, we can see some, accurate statements. People are not willing to go deep into the essence. That's enough. If that person is pointed by someone, well, that's it. There is this presumption of innocence, which is important because we need to live in this society. We will still need to have a common kind of understanding in this society. So it's important that the justice would not be very unilateral. But a lot have been said about this today, and I would like to get back to that as well, that we are at the forefront of justice for everyone. In October, we've had a big conference called Crimea Global with many partners. With all the Office of the President, we've invited representatives of Central Latin America, Africa, Asia, to talk to them. Because we were kind of infantile, we were top focused on ourselves. We're not interested about what is happening in the world. And it appears that people have already taken this path that we are about to take. And it appears that people have many similar problems that with us. So whenever we're talking like to an oppositioner from Nicaragua, and he tells about the same types of tortures that we can hear from the civilian hostages, and then it appears that those tortures, well, the Russian FSB officers were teaching some of the Nicaraguans to commit those tortures and how to commit them. And then we understand that some of the officials in Nicaragua are forced to speak Russians, so the methods that Russia is using in Ukraine, it exports those methods into other dictatorships, and they're building a network of dictatorships. So if we'll not stop them here, now this war will become much closer to the US, to the France in this region of Sahel. This is where Wagner is actively operating in Burkina Faso, in Nigeria, and other countries. So by spreading the methods that we can see now on the occupied churches, so it's not only our problem, it's the problem of the whole world. But it happens so that we need to take the lead. We've already taken the lead in resolving this challenge, and thanks to the foreign partners, but still, this is our mission, evidently. So this justice is not only for us, and not only for the victims of Ukraine. This is the justice that we need to pass on to the next generations in the whole world. Thank you, Olha. This is almost the end of the time allocated for a panel, but since we've started later, I saw that the Prosecutor General would like to respond to all Olha's words, and then I will have one small question for all of you, and those who would like, you may answer that. I would like to extend words of gratitude to Olha for her very frank position, I would say, and I would like to tell you about some of the questions that I tend to hear on different platforms about what we are doing. And first, the justice. That's our systemic difference from the aggressor country, meaning there's the respect to the fair trial for everyone. Last year, in autumn, we've started the training not only for the prosecutors, and they were trained before. I mean, the prosecutors dealing specifically with the representation in courts, they kind of support the accusations against those accused of committing war crimes. But I supported also the proposal about the training for the judges. And this is done by one of my advisors, Sarah Morrison, former judge of the ICC, that thanks to the UK government, I've also supported, and this is something that we've already started last year, I supported 2 projects on training lawyers who would be representing the interests of the defendants. I mean, those Russian citizens accused of committing war crimes. Why have we done this? Because we understand that the demand for justice, it cannot be, split. So let's have justice for us, for the citizens of Ukraine, and then for the rest, well, no justice, no fairness. And you're absolutely right to mention someone pointed a finger and that's it. So this brought some results, because on the one hand, yes, I mean, you're talking, that's a very good information that mass media is not paying attention to the court hearings and to the sentence, because the sentences, the court rulings, it's the end of the whole work that it starts with documenting, investigating, because the court ruling is the result that we work for, and the focus of media on that is very important, because that's the assessment of all of the work that we are doing, and the assessment of the work of the international partners. It's kind of a respect to us and to them. So when we've done this, because today we already have over 100 of judges, lawyers pass this training. So what I've asked from our partners, help not only in terms of the training with, fundamentals or peculiarities of the IHL, International Criminal Law, but help the colleagues to be independent in this court processes, because we are all citizens of Ukraine. We can see what is happening. We can, feel this hatred against those perpetrators, but we have to respect the justice, including for them. The other question that I tend to receive from time to time, that you have a lot of court process in absentia, but why are you doing that? I mean, the international crimes, they don't have like a validity period, or but you can wait. But what I'm saying that when we have the victims who identified the perpetrators committing war crimes against them, we found them, we collected all the evidence against them, how should we kind of wait? The sentence is the result of our kind of work. It's the result of their support in us doing the work. And the third, I sometimes got a question by representatives of, let's say, countries of Global South, like why you Ukrainians get the support that we haven't received in due time. That's a difficult question, and I guess it's not fair to have this question for me. And I'm saying that we, the Ukraine, as a country, as a society, we're doing everything that depends on us in order to hold accountable all those committing war crimes. So when our partners can see our dedication, it's easier for them to help, because their help offers the added value to our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. Just a short question, and hope you can give a short answer. I'm always thinking about the work done by the UN, particularly. And I know that a lot of documents from the UN are aimed at human rights and support of the vulnerable. Meanwhile, when it comes about safety and security, this is the party for the strongest ones, who could care less, probably couldn't care less of the vulnerable. So question is, can we create a system of justice to prevent military crimes from happening in the future, and also to prevent experts of torture, as Olga mentioned? Who is going to take the question? This is not mandatory, just we can leave it hang until other talks.
Well, I'm an optimist. The present international justice framework and structure is frankly inadequate. The ICC, for example, has convicted 5 people over the last 15, 20 years. Universal jurisdiction, which places obligations on states to investigate and prosecute war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide wherever they occur, is barely used. National authorities do not investigate war crimes in the way that the Prosecutor General's office does here. So there's plenty of room for improvement, but it's a long game, and I think we have to keep fighting for it, and we have to fight harder than the authoritarians and the dictators and the criminals fight for impunity. So we've got a long way to go, but as I say, I'm an optimist, although it's hard to remain an optimist sometimes. But I think we're getting there slowly, very slowly, but we are improving. And I think what Ukraine is doing and what you've achieved in terms of catalyzing the system, 20 investigations opened amongst national authorities, fastest issuance of an indictment against a head of state by the ICC. These are big things, and I think we have to not rest, we have to keep the pressure up to make sure that they're not the only things.
Дякую, Janine.
Thank you, Janine.
Thank you, Wayne. I'd like to talk a little bit about the concept of just and unjust wars. And I think that there is, above all, the need to protect civilians in wartime. 2 weeks ago, a group of Jewish scholars in the UK published an open letter to the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, about waging a just war against Gaza, essentially. And that, above all, they must follow and abide by the law of war. And I think in all wars, what happens psychologically is that people forget that we do have this legal framework that is meant, above all, to protect civilians. So, I mean, my job, my work, my focus is always on the civilian population and what is happening to them. And I want to conclude by just saying one thing, that Putin's war in Ukraine follows a very similar systematic approach that he used in Syria and in Chechnya. And it is just an utter disregard for human life and for civilians. What he did in Mariupol is the same thing he did in Aleppo and the same thing he did in Grozny. So I think there has to be structures that, above all, drive home the need that civilians are beyond. Civilians cannot be touched. They need to be protected. The UN says this endlessly, but in fact, pragmatically, it's never done. So that's partially our job, is to keep reminding people of this. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Оля, пане Андрію. Дуже коротко, і ми будемо...
Thank you, dear Olga, Andrei, just shortly before we wrap up. Right, speaking of justice, and Andrei correctly mentioned it, we have crimes in development, ongoing ones, which is about deportations of civilians, of the kids. And surely it begs for some involvement of political channels and contacts, and definitely Ukraine will not make it without assistance from third countries, and definitely we will need international support, not just declarations from the UN, but also some more active steps, because it's about thousands of people indeed, those who are subjected to cruel tortures. We have more and more information about deaths in detainment. It's not about vulnerable people, it's also about servicemen, POWs. All of them are being tortured, and all of them will have to be returned. So talking about justice, it's many times not just about having court verdict or bringing someone to responsibility, but it's also about other tools. There are families waiting for the next of kin to be returned, and they have to come back indeed. They need to get back home, and there should be a national policy to rehabilitate them. But this will already another topic. But this is also part of justice. Yeah, thank you, Andrei. You know, as we have been talking at all platforms, that accountability is the best deterrent factor to prevent further crimes from happening. And just like Wayne mentioned recently, this is true. This is true. In previous years, the ICC received lots of criticism because of their protracted procedures, but when I made my personal contact with Karim and I understood his readiness to completely change the whole approach, the whole philosophy, it brought about completely new format, completely new reality. So historically, this is the first case of an arrest warrant against Putin, the leader of a country which is UNSC's permanent member, we've been working on the case for 5 months, something unheard of in history. And as I'm always saying, Ukraine has been supporting the ICC in these activities for 150%, because ICC is a complementary mechanism aimed at avoiding or helping with the situations when national-level authorities are unable or unwilling to investigate crimes. And we do our best in all other directions to set the pace to these changes, transformations, to ensure better support to the victims worldwide, wherever they are. Just one more minute, with your permission. There's a very famous international lawyer, Kerry Kennedy. We talked to her about children's deportation cases, and I heard from her, you are uniquely positioned in that you have the support from the international community like no one has ever had. If you're successful with your kids, it will bring hope to other children in other parts of the world. So we have to prevail not just for the sake of our kids, but for those who have been suffering across the world. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. Andrei Kostin, and Jordash, Janindi Giovanni, Olga Reshetilova, the people who will be helping to restore justice for everyone. I strongly believe you will. Thank you. And thanks to you, Larissa, for your brilliant moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just a little coffee break to sip coffee, briefly discuss what we've heard, and listen and participate in another panel on the future of recovery in Ukraine, things to be done after the war. And I plead with you not to forget about the QR code and your badges. I passed this survey myself. I can tell you just 3 minutes. So please, enjoy your coffee and spend these 3 minutes for that. We will show you the results on screen here at the end of the day with comments from Mr. Lubinetz. Thank you, enjoy your coffee, and don't forget to return. And we are back. We are joined also by those who are finished and enjoying their coffee, and I'm Vladimir Karpyak. I will be moderating the last but not least, as they say, panel dedicated to Ukraine post-war recovery for peace. We dream a lot about things that we will be seeing happening after our victory, not just after the war. Still, we'd like to discuss at this panel some real things without bells and whistles of our dreams. So I'd like to thank all the participants. Please welcome Oksana Zholnovich, Minister for Social Policy of Ukraine, Anatoly Komirny, Deputy Minister for Community and Territorial Development, for Digitalization, Digital Transformation. Please welcome His Excellency Ole Elbert Mikkelsen, Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Denmark in Ukraine, Jako Silje, UNDP representative in Ukraine, Karolina Lindholm-Billing, UNHCR representative in Ukraine, and Mariam Lambert, founder of the Orphans Feeding Foundation charity fund and volunteer. And in the short time we are to discuss another important topic. When we speak about human rights, I tend to think of them not as a rule book with set of rights to show, but rather about things pertinent to everyday life. The right to freedom, to be free, to love whoever you would love to love, to read whatever you want, to go wherever you want, to work as it pleases you. That is our daily, everyday rights that we have to defend. Still, when we talk about human rights in war and after the war, I'd like to start with Oksana Zholnovich as the Minister for Social Policy in Ukraine here, to speak about the following. The war isn't over in Ukraine. According to some estimates, we have about 1 million people who've become Ukraine's defenders. And they also have families, so it's roughly about 4 million people entitled to benefits from the government. We also have retirees with their benefits. We also have people that we find it hard to calculate the number. This is IDPs, those who went to another region, to another country. We may not be sure if they return, still more that their homes may be in disrepair or completely ruined. So after the victory, we are going to see ruined countries with people with their ruined lives and destroyed infrastructure. Yet we promise a lot to them because it's about their rights, and we pledge we are going to defend and secure their rights. So just, in plain English, crossing our hearts, can we realistically guarantee them these basic rights that we say we can? Yeah, that's a challenging question indeed. God willing, after our victory, I hope it will be a remarkable event for everyone, but it will usher the period of interesting times, socially, economically, financially, and so on. Already now we see that the river of financial support of Ukraine is going to trickle. Meanwhile, we see growing volumes of social expenditures, and the social budget of today, together with the pension fund, is the second biggest after the defense budget. If we are still able to support paying this lot of much benefits, it's a big question again. So everyone still in workable age will find it hard. So I think that social rights, as well as fundamental rights, are are a product of certain agreement inside the community, inside the public, as to what we can realistically offer, guarantee, or promise. Really, the veterans discuss a lot the benefits, the upcoming benefits, and they say to us, please don't think of us as beggars. We want to remain active citizens, able to contribute to the country, being economically independent, and we'd like to enjoy the full range of rights for us to lead a decent life. Definitely not every veteran is willing to be supported with those financial, etc., crutches for the rest of his life. Yes, there are people with heavy disabilities, disfigurements, and so on, but it's rather about a whole set of integration measures. And we, as the government, definitely need to cater for this and to guarantee that. Because of that, we at the ministry think and say how important it is to design and implement proper range of services in each community. Yes, there are questions like we have transfers, on benefits payable, but how these can compensate for the loss of limb, for disability, things like that. Definitely it is not enough. Rather, we need to have programs to rehabilitate these people, to restore their links with the society, with family members. We've started piloting some of these ideas in some oblasts to see that people coming from the front line with their traumatizing experience are able to rediscover peaceful life, their families, to restore their emotional condition. We need to be looking into one's individual needs. Millions of veterans we're talking now about have differing demands. Some would want to go for business or continue business. Others would need employment. Others with disabilities will need to be retrained maybe. So I would rather propose a comprehensive approach towards every individual to properly assess his or her needs. We need to avoid standardizations with a standard set of measures offered to everyone. We need to be looking at individual needs and individual families' needs, together with additional financial guarantees. It will provide every family with an opportunity to be independent economically, because they don't understand everyone is willing to lead an independent life. And it will be also about some basics of rights to feel included and to lead with dignity. Thank you. Thank you also for mentioning the notion of dignity, which is also prominently written in the declaration. No, I think that you nicely described the need to change approaches, because indeed, speaking of veterans, the law in Ukraine, talking about measures to support veterans, it was adopted back in 1993. Yes, it was amended, somehow changed, but still this is the piece of legislation from 1993, when it was also primarily about veterans of the Second World War and probably of the Afghan conflict. Meanwhile, what Oksana Zhilnovich mentions, this is much closer to true rights, to true dignity, because a veteran is a fully fledged individual who has to return to peaceful life after complexities of the wartime. So when speaking about recovery in Ukraine, this life will be, or should be, a new one. And I'd like to give the floor now to His Excellency, Danish Ambassador to Ukraine, Mr. Mikkelsen. Denmark has a very interesting project, Your Excellency. In Mykolaiv Oblast, you've been sponsoring, supporting the oblast. And I do think that some oblasts are a bit envious. Yes, it's a big joy that Denmark has focused on a specific region to make a focused intervention. So a question to you, Your Excellency. You do know a lot about the situation in Mykolaiv Oblast. So when you assist with recovery, is it about building back better or just restoring to its previous condition and as it used to be? By building back better, I mean making it more inclusive, making it more modern. I do know that before the war, we didn't have those inclusive environments or buildings. My mom, she's a wheelchair-bound person. I know how hard it would be for her to manage the city, negotiating unfriendly area. So you're building better or just restoring to its previous?
Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for having invited me here as a foreign envoy to celebrate basically 75 years of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because that's why we are gathered here. And this anniversary has been celebrated all over the world. It was also celebrated recently in Copenhagen with the participation of your tireless Human Rights Commissioner, Mr. Lubinetz, and there's also a representative of the Danish Human Rights Institute somewhere, but I cannot see because there's so much light. But the Danish Institute is also represented here today, symbolizing the partnership we have with Ukraine when it comes to human rights. And I cannot think of a more appropriate place to celebrate the anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights than in Kiev, because these are the values that you are fighting for. This is what this is all about. So I think it's very appropriate that we celebrate the Universal Declaration right here in Kiev and in Ukraine. So I'm proud to be part of that celebration. Now, in terms of the patronage that we have assumed for the reconstruction and recovery of the city and the oblast of Mykolaiv, it's something very unique. I don't think that there's any other patronage that resembles this, and it came about because your president spoke to our parliament on the 29th of March 2022 at the darkest hour of the Russian aggression. Things were really bad, and especially in Mykolaiv, you will remember that was the day when the regional administrative building was hit by missiles and 40 people sadly died. On that day, your president spoke online to our parliament and said Denmark should assume the patronage for the city of shipbuilders, as he said, and very few Danes had ever heard about Mykolaiv. I had many phone calls the days after. What is this about Mykolaiv? Where is that? I knew the city because I had been there a couple of times. I've been serving here since 2020, and we had some maritime cooperation, so I knew the city. And there was quite a bit of skepticism in Copenhagen. Why should we do that? That would be very risky. And what about corruption? And would there be expectations that we should finance everything? But luckily, our Prime Minister came here to Kiev approximately 3 weeks later, and she simply decided that we should go for it, even though we didn't really know how to proceed. And things were difficult at that time because Mykolaiv was still a frontline city. It was very difficult to stay there and to operate there. But we managed to start the patronage, and we focused on making the city ready for the winter. So last summer it was basically boarding off windows, making sure that there would be drinking water and heating. Now we have moved to the next phase, and things have stabilized in Mykolaiv because the front line is now on the other side of Kherson. Now we are focusing on rebuilding physical and social infrastructure, and not least restarting economic activities, because that's the biggest wish that they have. They tell us that over and over again, that they don't want to receive charity or handouts. The most important thing we can do is to restart businesses and make sure that economic activity is being resumed, because then people start paying taxes, they bring back their families. So this is what we are doing right now, and that is done with some success, because we have actually managed to get some businesses started, and we hope that we can get more as time goes by. It's not easy because many lenders, whether they are Ukrainian or international, they don't want to lend any money to a company that is close to the front line. So we had to create our own facility that can issue loans and guarantees, even to companies operating very close to the front line. Now, you asked about Build Back Better. Actually, we had an event recently, and this was under the slogan, Bike Back Better, because we had a biking event. Mykolaiv is a very good city for bicycling. This is the preferred mode of transportation in my own country, and we want to make that possible in Mykolaiv as well. But basically we are, and not we, because that's the local and regional leadership that are the decision makers, not us. We are helping. And they have a very firm ambition in terms of building back better. They don't want to rebuild Soviet-style apartment blocks. They want to create a city that is much more people-friendly, that is green, that is livable for the citizens, and they want to do that because they want to get people back. They know that if there's an attractive city, if there are economic opportunities, if it's green, if families can live there, people will come back, and this is already happening. So yes, we are definitely building back better, but we're also biking back better.
Дякую, пане посол. Якраз про повернення людей.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now, talking about the return of our people, I would like to continue this conversation with the representative of the UNHCR on refugees. But before Karolina's statement, we have a video, and I would like us to take a look at this video. At first we went to Moldova. We stand there for a month, and then we understood we need to go back home because we need to be together, and together we will be victorious. Well, we all want to be home. People are returning. They want to be home. It's difficult, but we hope everything's going to be fine. They helped. The roof was restored in the house. Partially, some of the windows were restored. They've introduced new ones. I got all the documents, starting from the foreign passport and then the ID that I've received here as well. Of course, I'm very happy that everything was restored, that my documents were restored as well.
UNHCR is working across Ukraine in close cooperation with the government, the regional and local authorities, and a strong network of NGO partners and UN agencies. We are committed to provide support that will allow people who have returned to remain and rebuild their homes and lives in Ukraine, and to give hope away from home to the millions of people who have been forced to flee because of this horrific war and who are longing to return to their home in Ukraine.
Це була така мотивація.
That was kind of a motivation for people to return to Ukraine. We are rebuilding, we're recovering, we're trying hard for people who are forced to leave that would be returning home. So we're all kind of rational people, so we try to think, in figures, like that many millions of people left, that amount of buildings were destroyed, so we would need to rebuild them, and then people will return. But I have a question a kind of a fairly irrational question to Karolina. We're trying to research why people are not returning while we're trying to offer them what they're lacking, like there's no houses, no jobs, but Do you research why the people are returning? Maybe there is this moment of nostalgia, or the people willing to go home. It's important. I know people are returning home even without the house, without the job. They try to organize something because that's their own. That's something that's their own. Why the people are returning?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, for the invitation to participate in this conference, and very much to our dear partner, Dmytro Lubinets. So, yes, we speak with people who are displaced within Ukraine and those who have fled abroad as refugees, to both hear from them what the reasons and thinking is for when it comes to return. And, I mean, the absolute majority of both internally displaced people and refugees say that they are longing, they are hoping to return to Ukraine, and most specifically to their own homes in Ukraine. And this is being said also by those who come from areas that are currently under the temporary military occupation of the Russian Federation. The main factor they raise as an obstacle or impediment to return is security, of course, not surprisingly. But after that, it's having a home to return to, which often means having your house repaired or restored, having a job, and having access to basic services, school, health, social services. But then we also, as you said, speak with people who have returned to kind of correlate, and their longing to return to your family is really key. Your family, your community, your home, that longing and missing Ukraine, which is home, comes out very strongly. And then the others are a combination. We see that some of those who return do that because they had help to repair their house, or the school, the health clinics were restored in their community, or they were able to return to their former job or reskill and find a new job. And this is why these intentions to ability to return is so linked, of course, to security, but not only, as we say in the video, it's also very linked to the recovery and the reconstruction of communities that have been directly impacted by Russia's hostilities and the war, and the recovery of these. And as we all know, this is happening at the same time as the war is ongoing, as people are being killed and injured every single day. Recovery is happening side by side. And I think it's therefore so important that investments in recovery, in repairs or restoration of homes, in repairs, restorations of the social infrastructure, of schools, clinics, and then support to economic development, like the ambassador was mentioning, is happening now and not waiting until the victory and the end of the war, because people cannot wait. People are not in a waiting room. Lives continue, and we need to follow people's life and life cycle and be there to support them in this. And that's also why, you know, we made this short video, because it's key that the people themselves, their aspirations and hopes and capacities are really at the center of our planning and our prioritization, so we enable them to access their fundamental human rights and live in dignity. And as the Minister of Social Policy highlighted, that it's done in an inclusive way, so that all members of the society, elderly, people with disabilities, veterans, the able-bodied, those of working age, children, all can recover and have, you know, a future in Ukraine. So people, I think, yeah, that's why this emphasis on recovery now, as even though the war is ongoing, is really key.
Дуже дякую за цю відповідь.
Well, thank you for this answer. I had many conversations with people leaving Ukraine, well, who were forced to leave Ukraine, and in many cases I can hear the motivation for their return. And it may sound like that. Look, there, like abroad, it's good. There's this feeling of justice, protection, comfort, like basic human rights and freedoms, they are guaranteed by the declaration. But there's a significant bureaucracy. We can't stand this. And that's a motivation of the people. Well, it's not. I'm not sure whether they've returned already, but I can hear that it's difficult. All these letters, everything. In Europe, in Ukraine, you can go to one building and you can solve the issue within 2 hours, which would, in Europe, would take, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks and numerous letters. Now, it appears that this kind of comfort is important for Ukraine. So a question to Anatoly, he's the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure for Digitalization. So how serious do you take this factor? Because it appears that for Ukraine, it's like a big plus, like a big advantage that you can do everything online, that you can have your passport in your cell phone, that you can pay utilities with several clicks on the internet. Do you consider this as a serious advantage for the return of the people, or is just, a bonus, a good something to add to many other things? Well, thank you for the question. Everything what you've said, the digitalization that we are dealing in all the aspects, including in the field of recovery, it's important not only for the ordinary people, like, to pay utilities on the internet or something else. It's the kind of comfort for everyone, for the state, because it makes all the processes transparent and understanding. It means comfort and ability to show our partners and donors that we are open, ready to cooperation, and we're doing everything in a manner that you don't have any kind of questions, why is this happening in this way and not the other way? So that's the kind of crucial thing for the recovery and for the whole processes of recovery. Because, our topic is the post-war Ukraine recovery, but as Karolina has mentioned, it's important to do recovery now, because this is the tool of returning our people. That's the solid foundation for our resilience. So the main objective of the country is to be ready to respond in a transparent manner to those questions, like how, why, and in what way do we spend the money on recovery. And we are currently kind of estimating the need in the regions, which is also a digital tool, so that the figures would be true and not bureaucratic, so that we would understand the necessary amount of users of basic services like water supply, heat supply, how many are we planning to return after those basic services will be restored, what is the potential of job places. So we kind of focus on the recovery. We want to build this foundation and to make the recovery following the big Build Back Better principle that was also mentioned by Mr. Ambassador, so that we won't be returning into a pre-war Ukraine. Because for years we wanted to develop and improve something, but now, today, during the recovery process, we would need to do that as the other civilized countries are doing that. Surely, we are prioritizing fundamental services like energy, household, transport, social infrastructure. But, there's the Maslow pyramid, and we kind of created our own recovery pyramid. First, the basic needs After, as Christina has mentioned, after the security component is already established, then comes the basic needs, heat supply, electricity supply, water supply, then restoring households, then transport, medical infrastructure, security, education, so the basic needs that have to be fulfilled when the person already has a house and this person is searching for a job to live in this region. So Mykolaiv will set an example of this recovery. It will be implemented on the basis of the assessment of the needs for recovery and the assessment of damages. And we understand that people will be willing to return only when they will see that the recovery has not been done, in a partial way, but in a comprehensive way. There is an understanding, there is a plan, and that kind of understanding is implemented. So our task is to create a model that will take into account all of those components. One more thing that I wanted to add, that in spite of all the digitalizations and processes becoming automated, we understand that the recovery process, it's kind of a process that is only possible through cooperation with the foreign partners, but also with local authorities. And most of the programs will be implemented with the support of our international financial institutions. We have a fairly strong cooperation with the World Bank, with the EBRD, with the European Investment Bank, and on the kind of local self-governing bodies. And we understand that they are the foundation that will set the vision for the development of this region in many years to come. Now, as for the digitalization, as you mentioned, we've already created a number of digital solutions to kind of simplify many things. There's this register of the damaged or destroyed property, and I believe many people who have already used this, they understand that you can just submit an app through DIA on receiving the reimbursement. Also, you would need to submit an application for the destroyed property and get a chance to buy a new housing. Now, all of this is done in a smartphone. So this is something that we really want, to have this kind of accessibility. As the president said, like, there's a country in a smartphone without extra bureaucracy. So there's a number of systems behind this. We called it Ecosystem Dream, and it gives not only our citizens but everyone else to have a vision about what is happening with the recovery, from the ideas to kind of commissioning. We built on this principle that everyone can see everything in order to show that we have truly become a developed country, which is kind of very modern, very advanced, very open to everyone. It has a trust developed in between of these individuals, agencies and partners. Well, I really like this position that everyone can see everything. Now, as was mentioned during the previous panel, it's important that if we see something is wrong, then there's punishment entitled for that. Okay, so Oksana wanted to add something, right? Yes. You have a wonderful discussion about the digitalization, and it led me to another thought, that we as a state, it's hard for us to compete with certain kind of real stable infrastructure achievements available in the European countries from the standpoint of comfort. I mean, surely we will need to develop the super transport or super other things for some time, like that could compete with the way it's done in Germany. But from the standpoint of services, we can be better. And this is something shown with our digital services. We at the Ministry of Social Policy, we also have one of the largest kind of digital databases covering enormous amount of people. So now you can take a look at their pension history, pension kind of cabinet. You can pay contributions to increase your pension. This is the comfort that not many other countries offer. one will be actively registering the households, and when a person would get an SMS saying that you can have a right for subsidy. Last year we've introduced e-health for children, where some of the children could have a personal message saying that certain money were transferred to your card, like please use that to send your child to, I don't know, somewhere for a holiday. And we're building kind of a special tool in order to accompany the person throughout his life, so that the person would understand which services are rendered and how. And it could be not only our achievements, this is something that we could be, offering to our partners, saying like, help us develop our service, but then these tools could serve as an example for other countries that might follow that. So we may be not only those asking for help, but we also can be contributing in the development of the intellectual products.
And you're right, the matter of the comfort of digitalization in Ukraine, it's been growing exponentially, and I thoroughly like it. But definitely this comfort is not enough, because individuals also need to satisfy their feeling of justice and feeling of security. Complications with that, understandably. But let me ask a representative of the UNDP in Ukraine. There are sustainable targets at UNDP until 2030. And Ukraine is also striving to perform them, 17 of these. SDGs, yeah. From what I recollect, there are 17 of them in Ukraine and across the world, and actually, I am scared, understand it, that we can be satisfied, more or less satisfied, with just two of 17. First is about food security, unless the Russians steal all of the grain. Hopefully, they won't repeat Holodomor. Hopefully, we don't face it. And number 5, which is about gender equality. In a rather specific way, we've seen balanced gender equality improving in Ukraine in the wartime. Be it about servicemen. I think probably we rank number 1 in the world in terms of the number of women fighting together with men on the front line. The rest of SDGs until 2030, I will say it boldly, we probably won't be able to achieve. We won't overcome poverty, we won't be able to reach educational targets or sustainable economic development or environmental system protection and so on. I don't think that we are going to get that until 2030, unfortunately. So, dear Jacob, a question to you. What should we do in this case? Should we focus on something that we can realistically do, or we should strive with every of the targets?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. And it's also just to say it's wonderful to be here with so many people also fighting for human rights. It's a pleasure to work with our partner, the Ombudsman's office. We've had a long history and a partnership working together, and it's really been a great privilege to also participate and sponsor this event here. Just also to mention, I think that as you heard from our resident coordinator, Denise, this morning, that we really stand as the UN also with the rights and the protection and everything that Ukraine stands for, especially fighting against the atrocities that's being committed to them at the moment as well. So really a solidarity from our side, I think, across the board from all the agencies and UN representatives here. I think it's a very good question on the SDGs and what is realistic. Our data has shown that, Ukraine was actually one of the countries that were on the way to actually achieve most of the SDGs and was actually really working and building forward in a way that actually was quite innovative and really also quite forward-looking. Build Back Better was really part of the initiatives that the country had to address and wanted to address. We see it in the energy and environment sector that there was really steps forward made against climate change and other areas as well. And obviously then the full-scale war erupted and a lot of things had to be re-looked at. Poverty levels were at 5%. It has now increased, and there's a danger that poverty will increase to 20% or 23% even, which is an indication of just the challenges and the problems that people are faced with on a day-to-day basis. Just feeding themselves and meeting some of the criteria is really very important. However, I think in the Build Back Better area, there's also a lot of things that can be done. Ukraine is also still committed very much to achieving the SDGs. We had meetings with the Cabinet of Ministers. They actually have called all the ministries together to look at the targets, to look at what's realistic and what can be accomplished. So at the same time, while Ukraine is trying to meet the EU accession process, they also still have a vision of how to contribute to global goals and how to contribute to the global good of what we're trying to achieve with the SDGs again, which I think is incredibly remarkable and very forward-looking, because the SDGs is not just there as goals to be met by certain countries. It is an ambition where we're actually saying we will leave a land and we will leave a country better for our children and grandchildren and their great-great-great-grandchildren, and that's what we have to commit to. So this generation, not only fighting for freedom and fighting for justice and rights in Ukraine, is also fighting for the future of their generations to come. And I think that's why it's so important to also focus on the SDG and really be committed to that. Can I maybe just say one or two things maybe that wasn't mentioned here also on the recovery efforts, because I think how the recovery is also done is very important moving forward. And I think maybe two things that we've really seen, and I think the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development is doing an excellent job there, but also the Ministry of Social Policy, which we have here on the panel. The first is really just to say that the process really needs to be inclusive, and I think that's also what the SDG shows us, that there is inclusiveness, and it has to be really transparent in terms of how it is managed and how it is implemented in the end. And I think the commitment to both anti-corruption, both in the government and in the country at the moment, realizing that it is a challenge for development. If there is corruption, it often can really undermine constructive recovery efforts. And I think the way that the country is also addressing this is really remarkable and really shows commitment to new ways as well. The way that people are also participating in the recovery process, both also how people work on things like the SDGs, but also the recovery is just as important. And I think, inclusivity, including people, as you said, people with disabilities, more women in the decision-making process because they are affected and their families are more vulnerable in many ways. And just, people who are often excluded from societies, Roma and others, really makes a commitment that people who are often vulnerable and the most vulnerable can also be part of the decision-making and recovery process in the country. And I think that is what we see as UNDP is also a real commitment to inclusivity and making sure that decisions are also made by those that will be directly affected by the recovery efforts. There's a common saying that people support what they help to create. And I think if people are involved in creating a better future and how they want to also look at the recovery process, they also are very much more behind it and also included and feel they are included in the decision-making process, which I think is really important moving forward. Let me stop here.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much. And Mariam Lambert, days ago, Ukraine celebrated the Volunteer Day. And I also would joke that that's, well, actually it originated from French, but this is probably the most Ukrainian word. I'm on the earth side because we do have French volunteers proactive in Ukraine. Please welcome Mariam with her very important foundation that works a lot to support independent Ukraine. The previous panelists were representing more or less governmental institutions or government or international organizations. Meanwhile, Mariam represents a private volunteer initiative, which is extremely important, particularly in the recovery process, because recovery is done and is to be done by people, by individuals. Even institutions comprise of individuals. So the human factor is at play. It's very important. So, dear Mariam, what is your take of Ukraine's recovery after Ukraine? What will be the role of volunteers, not international organizations, not government institutions, where volunteers will have to play?
First of all, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here and to be here to explain a bit our role and what we can do in the reconstruction. So thank you, Mr. Lubinetz, for inviting us. And yeah, I'm a bit tired actually today, to be honest. I didn't prepare a speech because we were with Ombudsman team who did an absolutely amazing job in returning 8 children yesterday. So we came at 5 a.m. This is a reality in the real life, despite being a volunteer is also a lot of work. So I'm actually in the real life. I'm not from France. I'm from Belgium. And I'm a civil servant. I'm actually a diplomat working for an international organization for 18 years. And we've been involved in humanitarian. We created our NGO in 2011, and we were helping orphans, vulnerable people since 2011 in Africa, Middle East, Europe. And of course, when the war started, this is why I had to make a choice and to actually take a sabbatical year from my diplomatic work and fully focus on Ukraine. Because my first experience was in a war zone, it's in Ukraine. Before it was a disaster, but it was still okay. And when I started the work in Ukraine, it was a shock for everyone, traumatized. There was no notion of time, no notion of human rights, because this is why we are here today. So I spent a lot of time going to evacuate civilians in Berislav, in Kherson, Kryvyi Rih, Kharkiv, under shelling. So I understand what you've been through. I understand, I feel what we are going through again, still today after 2 years. And this is why we will never stop. So the role of a volunteer is actually all of us. Whatever you are, you can be, My Excellence, an ambassador, you can be Human Rights Commissioner, you can be an employee, but we are all volunteers because it's all about the value of human rights. It's all about defending freedom, democracy, and solidarity. So volunteers is actually all of us today. One important thing is, of course, it has been mentioned, but since there are a lot of things to do, there are a lot of things to repair in Ukraine, there are a lot of it's an enormous work that can take years. We also decided to focus on children who are illegally deported in Russia, to return them to Ukraine, to unite them with their family. So we have absolutely honored to have a partnership with Ombudsman. We work together with the Presidential Office in order to actually set up and implement, but not just talk about that, the program Bring Kids Back Ukraine. So our role is to help, of course, financially, but also to advocate, to speak to the whole world. You as Ukrainian and all of you foreigners who are invited here, you are convinced, you know the disaster that is happening with the deportation. What we are asking you also today is maybe take those words and spread it to your countries, because this is also what is important. This program is not just a program that has been written from one day to another. It was based on human rights. Like today, we're celebrating Human Rights Anniversary. It's not a celebration, by the way. It's actually a witnessing, an abolition of human rights, which you've been defending for 75 years. So with this program, remember the President of the European Union, together with your President Zelensky, on the 1st of June 2023, they made a common statement. This is where it comes from. They asked the Russian Federation that every child has a right to be free, protected, and safe. And Russia has taken those rights away from these children. So they ask also to stop this deportation, but also we are not talking enough about that, to stop the expedite adoption. 19,546 children are deported, according to the Ukrainian authorities. 700,000 children, according to the Russian, are being saved from the war. You can imagine, every day, the amount of children who are deported is enormous. So with this program, we are trying to really run against the time, against the clock, because every child, every day, is a lost case. Every child, every day, we don't return them. They are adopted by a Russian family. Every child, every day, had to be taken away from that Russian family. When you are 3 years old, you are adopted, and then 1 year later, thanks to the amazing work of Ombudsman and UNICEF and other international organizations, together with us, we are returning them, but we have also to separate those children from those families. It's a complete trauma. Sorry, I'm not here to praise how amazing this program is. We are at the very beginning, and we are counting on everyone to just understand, because you, Ukrainian, you understand, but the whole world to understand, what would you do if it was your child? What will you do? Talk about it in a conference and then forget the next day? I would myself, I'm a mother of 3 children, I will sell everything I have and I will go myself to return them. Because what we are witnessing when you return a child and you are on the ground, and I'm very emotional about that, because yesterday there was an amazing woman, a hero, she's a soldier. She was separated from her 3 daughters for 2 years. I wish the whole world could witness the reunion, which was hope, but also heartbreaking. I couldn't stand that, I couldn't look at that, because I put myself in that situation. And I absolutely have no idea what I would do if I was her. This is why, as a volunteer, we need to understand what will we do if we were in that situation, all of us. And this is why in that program, Bring Kids Back, we are going everywhere in the world where we invited. So we came back from Brazil, where they had no idea. They had no idea about the deportation. They're far away. So we think because we have conference, we think because we are going to Europe for some meetings to talk about that, we think because we are going to the US, that everybody knows. How come nobody does anything? It's because it's not spread enough. People are surprised when we talk about deportation. People are surprised when we explain exactly what is going on, telling me that, yes, you know, you have to be careful because Ukraine and Russia, there is a big war about propaganda. And that's where we play a role. This is why we are on the ground, in order to explain our own experience. This is not propaganda. This is not a story that was invented. This is the life of every Ukrainian children. One more thing, because I know we are running out of time, and I'm sorry, but we are talking about this program, Bring Kids Back Ukraine. We need to change the name. Well, I don't want to say that to the President Zelensky, because that's what he created, but we need to expand that name to bring life back to those children. We are talking about numbers every time. We are celebrating that because it's very important to return them. But what we don't say is what will happen to those children. Rehabilitation center. Now we come to the panel discussion. What we need to do is to really talk about having a free and a secure place for those children and their family. And sorry to be a bit disruptive, but when I witness a reunion with a mother and 2 children, and I ask them, where are you going now that you are reunited? And she was very happy to be with her child. And then she said to me, we are going back to Kupiansk. This is also what we need to talk about. People, for the moment, if Mr. Ombudsman had the support of all the governments around the world to sponsor rehabilitation center, to sponsor child protection center, because there is only one in Kyiv, that family will never go back to Kupiansk, because Kupiansk is under shelling every day. Kupiansk, we don't know what can happen in the next few months. So we are trying to save kids, but we let them go because we don't have any other solution. So this is why Ombudsman and their team, they are trying to gather attention together with us as an NGO to really ask everyone, because this is not a lot to do, it's to sponsor a rehabilitation center. We need 8 of them. It's to sponsor a child protection center. There is only one in Kiev. You know what does it mean? It means that every time that Mr. Lubinetz has his team and us, we're going to bring kids back, we need to go all the way from any border, when it's possible, back to Kiev to go through all the process. That's what is happening when a child is 8 years old and traveling for more than 24 hours, reuniting the trauma of being back with their parents. They need to travel again to Kiev, and then they need to stay for a few days, and then they need to find a solution. This is a reality, and this is where we need to talk about. And this is also the reason why we have already partnership with UNICEF, with the UN, with other international organizations, because this is a common effort that we need to really pay attention on, not to bring kids back, but give them a life back. So, sorry that I've been a bit long, but that was very important for me to mention that, because it's not mentioned enough. And last but not least, we are not Ukrainian. We have no relatives in Ukraine, but being on the ground makes us the same. We're exactly the same. I'm also missing my kids all the time when I come back to Ukraine. And I'm also absolutely horrified by the violation of the human rights, by the deportation, by the civilian who are being killed, by the soldier. So we are all in the same boat. We all have the same problem, because if we don't do anything for you, it's not about Ukraine. It's about this situation will happen to any one of us. It will be next, it will be in Europe. And if people understand that, I think they will move. They will move forwards, but just not with action, with conference. They will really commit themselves to do something about that. Thank you very much.
Дякую дуже, пані Маріам.
Thank you, Miriam, for this frankness and the emotions. There's a lot of things we should think of. I'm grateful to all the panelists. I guess we'll conclude on this aspect. And just in a couple of moments, after a small video, I will invite Mr. Lubinetz for the concluding remarks. But before that, we will make kind of sort of a summary based on the survey. Plus, there is a surprise from the organizers, and we'll see that later on. So, please stay with us.
Безіменні могили.
Nameless graves.
Тисячі безневинних.
Thousands of innocents.
Очі дітей, що
The
бачили,
eyes of
як
children
вбивають батьків.
saw their parents being killed.
Неможливо збагнути.
It is impossible to fathom. I just asked them to show notice. It's impossible to forget. People don't need to see that.
Неможливо
It
пробачити.
is impossible to forgive,
Вимагати справедливості
demanding
для
justice
кожного
for
і
each and every one,
для тих, хто
for
живе,
those who are
і
alive,
для тих, кого
and for those who are killed.
Це наше право.
It is our
і наш
right
обов'язок.
and our duty.
Формула миру – вагомий
The
крок на
peace
шляху до
formula
відновлення
is an important
справедливості.
step on the way to restoring justice, the step we're taking together, Ukrainian legal institutions and international ones. It is a fair and independent investigation, justice for all victims of aggression, and a reparation and compensation mechanism. Every violation of human rights, every violation of international law in Ukraine must be documented and investigated. Every crime should be prosecuted so that for law to prevail over injustice, for freedom to conquer fear.
В нас є майбутнє.
We have a future,
Спільне, мирне,
a shared,
європейське майбутнє.
peaceful European
Про яке
future,
ми дбаємо вже
and
зараз.
we care for it now.
Повертаємо життя
We
в
bring life
окуповані
back
міста
to
та
the
селища.
occupied cities and towns.
Повертаємо
We
зв'язок,
bring back
світло,
communication,
тепло.
electricity, heating.
Ремонтуємо,
We repair, we build back, And also, we develop and implement plans for the recovery of Ukraine after the victory, the reconstruction strategy. We feel the unity of partners and friends. We feel supported, both in words and deeds. The peace formula is comprehensive. It should become the guarantee and foundation of any changes, because it can create conditions for the cessation of hostilities and to give the world new legal and security architecture. And then we will build everything back. We will restore everything together. So, the organizers have just told me that the results of the survey are already analyzed, so we can see that on this screen now. So let's get back. We need to understand where should I be pointing that clicker. Come on. I guess it's not clicking properly. Maybe someone can help me. No? Okay. I wanted to show you the first slide. Okay, so this is the first slide. Good. So, in which of the specified areas the state should make additional efforts for positive changes in the field of human rights protection? And 48% says all of the above. Well, of course, we would need a group of sociologists to kind of interpret all that, like changes in legislation and politics, which is evident then, changes in the practice of implementation, and conducting the awareness. Okay, so third, what new issues related to human rights protection have been recently intensified? Rehabilitation, socialization of veterans, country recovery, which is kind of evident, and the return of Ukrainians to Ukraine. So those are three leaders. Mental health is not that much lagging behind. And how we can reinforce the national human rights institutions, ensuring proper funding. No, is it only the money that we're lacking? Increasing population's awareness about the mandates and the activity of the institutions. I selected that option as well. And the increase of mandate. Three leaders here. I guess we need to select a kind of a strategic session in order to implement what we've seen. The fifth slide. Please rate 1 to 5 the activities within the framework of the Human Rights Initiative. Well, based on the contribution to the goal of promoting universality and indivisibility, rate them from 1 to 5, where 5 is the most important. Okay, reclaiming human rights is the best tool we have to problem solving. Okay, I guess that's more of a purpose rather than a tool, and the tools were kind of the change of legislation, but that's an interesting result, because this indivisibility of the human rights, well, that's a work, I don't know, for 30 years, for a generation, or maybe a couple of generations, in fact. There's one more slide, the slide number 6, which is the most important. As I believe that. Like, what requires the most attention in terms of the protection of human rights? Social protection, the rights of the IDPs, penitentiary system, non-discrimination. Yeah, that's... I guess we've lost somewhere one of the slides. Good. So, that's the cloud of words, and when you've entered this cloud of words, what the people here require will think that require the most of the attention. Well, protection, surely, it's first place, then the rights, IDPs, penitentiary, conscriptees, gender, speech, okay, good, citizens, the protection of rights. I would even suggest, kind of to make a photo of that, or to ask the organizers to have this as part of the materials of the conference, as this is what requires the most of the protection. That's the count of the outcome of our today's conversation. So I thank everyone who participated in this survey, and I would like to once again invite Lubineць, the Human Rights Commissioner, to take the floor. We talked a lot, so would you be so kind to make a summary?
Доброго дня ще раз.
Good afternoon once again. In the end, I would like to first of all to express words of gratitude to all the panelists for very interesting discussions, and to all the moderators, and special thanks to Vadim for his wonderful moderation throughout the day. As I was listening to the panelists today, there was a lot of philosophical thinkings, and something that came into my mind was that everything we talked about today, it requires certain actions for us to make. It depends on every single one of us. And that sort of goes in line with the kind of history of the actions or the event we are holding today, like why Ukraine gets most of the assistance around the world, why do we have transformation even amidst the war, why our e-documents under conditions of the war are becoming even more interesting, are becoming even more digitalized than if compared to the countries not at war. Maybe we would need to understand that, the difficult times, these are in fact the times of opportunities. Yes, they require more actions from us, and we as a nation, we can't just, hold tight. We need to do something. We are fighting for survival. We don't have any other option. If we'll sit and wait, we'll disappear from the political and geographic map, from the national map as well. And I showed it to you as an example of our nation. We kind of react, we engage in war, and since we kind of recognize in the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration, I would like to once again call upon all of our international partners and say, act. Do not sit and wait, because it is not only Ukrainians, Ukrainian children, Ukrainian soldiers, women are in danger. The whole world is in danger. So now, on every one of you depends whether we will get a victory or not, whether we will do the post-recovery, or we will have more and more aggressions on all the continents. Today, I have not mentioned the countries that support us. Well, I did this intentionally. I was waiting for the ambassador of Denmark to come here into this room, because amidst the other countries, we had the ambassador of Japan in the morning, we got assistance from UK, Germany, Poland, US. I can keep on listing, but I do want to extend words of gratitude to the countries while the ambassador of Denmark is not here. And the Denmark is the true example. Like, when the decision is made, they're not just sitting and waiting, they're acting. And also, we have Meta, who's the deputy president of the National Institute for the Protection of Human Rights,
from Denmark, and she's here with us in the audience, and hopefully I will find her. And I really want all of us to recognize what Denmark is doing. The first country who conducted a summit at the level of national advisors on national security in Copenhagen. The first country to publicly say that Ukraine asks F-16, so we're going to give 19 F-16s. So that's the first country who actually stated the exact number of the aircraft. The first country who, when received a request from Ukraine on a specific assistance, selected the best possible, well, as I think, option of support. And they've selected, well, not the easiest region, absolutely, Mykolaiv region. And at that time, the front line was in that region. So they came to Mykolaiv, they established a recovery center, and they constantly visited that. You know, when I was in Copenhagen, like, it was the first country who agreed to support Ukraine's initiative, and it was my idea, kind of, to have an international conference on combating tortures, because I wanted to show how Russian soldiers are torturing civilian population, children. I know that many experts won't arrive to Ukraine, so I came up and asked, who can support us? Well, the Danish Institute for Human Rights Protection. And, like, no agreements previous, they supported us, and we conducted, like, for the first time ever, a big conference with over 300 participants from around the world. And for 3 days, we were not just discussing tortures, we showed examples, and we searched for specific cases of how to counter the tortures, primarily Russian tortures. So while I was staying in Copenhagen, I kind of decided for myself that we should call Denmark as the country that is not afraid of taking difficult steps. Not afraid. And today, in summary, I want to say that everyone who's listening to us now, representatives of IOs, other countries supporting us or not yet supporting us, I would wish them not to be afraid to make certain steps, not to be afraid to fight for human rights, not to be afraid of supporting in this or other way to Ukraine on Ukrainians, and then it will truly be our common victory that we all believe in, that we all fight for, everyone in its own place, everyone in its own kind of area. We fight on the front line of the human rights protection. Thank you. We thank the Human Rights Commissioner, and we'll ask the representative of Ukrposhta to join us. So that's a moment of surprise that we have. So Alessa will tell us what the surprise is about. She'll be able to do that in a much more professional way, because, you know, whenever it comes to post, you need to be as clear as in case of human rights protection. So, dear friends, I'm happy to welcome you on behalf of the Ukrposhta. Now, before telling you about our postal tradition to welcome with the anniversaries, this is something that we know how to do. I would like to honor the 25 years of the Office of the Ombudsman in Ukraine. This anniversary is not just a symbol of an important stage in our country, but an example to resilience to challenges, and the symbol of the fact that the highest values, even during the times of turbulence, they not only survive, but they become stronger. So, Dmitro, on behalf of the team of Ukrposhta, I would like to express words of gratitude for the dedication to the cause, which has an important impact on the life of all of us, and your trust in the country. And as I've told you, we can congratulate with anniversaries in Ukrposhta by issuing special postal stamps. And now I would like to invite in order to have this new post finally commissioned, new stamps finally commissioned. And first, everything is done live, the preparation, everything. So you have a chance to join this unique event. We have the envelopes with the stamps. I'm going to show you what you need to do. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. So come closer. The postal stamps, maybe you don't know, they're printed at the state enterprise Ukraine, which is printing the Ukrainian money. So stamps are not issued until we kind of seal that with the stamp. So that's what we're going to do now. Make it. And then we just press it together. So this is how the stamp is born. We need to do that everywhere and here as well. So this is the birth of the new stamp. The stamps, that's kind of one of the elements of the statehood. By the way, how many stamps have you printed? I don't know. Limited. Very limited. Small. Okay. So this is how the stamp looks like. Let's have a photo. The stamp and its authentication. Thank you to Olesya, thank you to Dmitro, and I thank to everyone who stayed with us today at this international conference. Now, this officially concludes the official part. You can have a drink of coffee and to have an informal discussion, and you can make a photo, of course. And I will say goodbye to you at this point. Wish you a good evening and calm night. Well, as much as possible. Thank you.